Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. We wouldn't have hit over 2,000 subscribers without you. I also want to let you know the Discord server you voted for is ready. You can suggest stories, vote on what gets narrated next, or just hang out and talk. It's free to join my way of giving back for getting us here. The link is in the description. Today's story is part 4 of The Fallen Legion, File 2. Summary. Following the events of File 1, Naruto and his Nightwings have secured their sanctuary, but at a massive cost. The world now knows they exist. Thrust into the spotlight of a supernatural realm teetering on the razor's edge between fragile peace and absolute war, Naruto finds himself leading a growing faction through the chaos. New alliances will be forged, and deadly new enemies will rise. But they will endure. They are Shinobi, the living legacy of a lost universe, and they will not yield to anyone. Never again. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto and high school DxD. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Report 14 Measures. Jinjigaku no Haisaido, Training Ground 3. Okay, who was he kidding? He's terrified right now. For Issei Hayato, this forest sounded way too loud and these shadows stretched far too long. The flickers of movement all felt alive. Shit. What the hell did his mouth get him into? A loud thud of a kunai almost caused him to trip over his foot again and stumble, again. Darting aside, running through the sea of trees, Issei had long since given up trying to remember how long he's ran for. His lungs were burning, legs screaming, and yet he could still hear the distant sound of that damn laugh of hers. That half-mad, honey-sweet giggle, it circled him, constantly. There it was again, he ran. Shit man, why didn't Genshiro warn him? Run, little dragon! Anko's sweet sing-song voice from nowhere and everywhere at the same time, nearly giving the teen a heart attack. He's a damn human, he isn't cut out for this. Reaching a particularly larger tree, Issei stopped to try get some oxygen in his lungs again when another thud snapped his vision to the few strands of brown hair floating in the wind. Wait, isn't that? Run, or I'll start using poisons. The sound of hissing drew his attention to the kunai itself, and purple smoke began leaking that was eating the bark it was sunk into. Issei bolted, screaming, only to be forced to stop when another kunai was passed ahead of him. Thud. The voice of Anko whispered in his opposite ear. Wrong way. She sounded so chipper, near enough chirping, but Issei didn't care, altering direction and running again. Another thud. No, not that way there. He spun, stumbled, and thought he caught sight of that tan trench coat near another tree. The forest shifted, her laughter echoing from all around, Genjusta twisting the path into something unrecognizable to his own panic. A brushing of his ankle, brown eyes snapped down to see a snake, inky black and smiling with far too many teeth. It winked at him before dissolving into smoke. Issei was snapped out of it by her voice again, sounding almost pouty. Come on, Red Dragon-kun, I expected more. Then a teasing undertone slipped in as Anko added. You bragged about training with me. Probably should have read the fine print. Swallowing his nerves, trying to at least, Issei darted through a narrow gap through the trees in an attempt to escape. This was crazy, and then he slammed into something soft. Her. Anko was hanging from a low tree branch, upside down, by her knees, grinning like a child who just got a new toy and was going to have so much fun, as she whispered. Boo! Issei yelped, stumbled back, and tripped back over a rope trap that was definitely not there before. His world spun, and suddenly, he was hanging upside down, ankles snared, face to face with this kunoichi of his nightmares. Anko's grin hadn't even faltered, might have just grown darker as she cooed. Rule 1, don't step where the snakes smile. Her head tilted as she added, as if an afterthought. They're lying. Like me. A wrist flick and another thud sent Issei back down into the dirt with a grunt, face first. As he pulled his face from the forest floor, a light sheen seemed take over his view. Not that he noticed as he looked up, and froze. Everywhere, all around him, snakes crawled from the shadows, their scales faintly glowing violet, eyes like molten amber. All the directions Issei looked they were circling him, perfectly silently, beside their hissing in unison, and their tongues flicking out to taste the scent of his fear. He has never been this scared before. His lungs felt like they had stopped breathing for him as he climbed back to his feet, trying to find a way out. Yet, her laughter echoed again, but this time, from within his circle. Anko rose up behind him, chakra flaring darkly as the serpents coiled up her arms. Smile was manic, beautiful, yet absolutely terrifying, and she whispered into his ear, breath hot. Rule 2, if you can't hear me, it means I'm already behind you. He snapped back, too slow. Her foot hooked behind his knee, sweeping him down, and before he could blink, let alone register it, a kunai was pressing into his neck. Her sultry whisper. Dead? Then she was gone again, crouching on a branch high above, munching on dango she had just gotten from a certain blonde, who had stopped by earlier. Anko then announced. Lesson time's over. You lasted. Looking down at a watch she didn't have, she added. 3 minutes before dying. That's so tragic. The snakes vanished, barrier dropped, like they never existed in the first place as Anko dropped beside him, squatted, and poked his forehead with the blunt end of a kunai. Issei was laying on his back, drenched in sweat and shaking like a leaf as she chirped. Rule 3. His eyes shifted to hers, catching the glint in them as she finished. Fear's a good start, but next time, try survive long enough to amuse me. Anko stood and dusted off her trenchcoat, then strolled off towards the darkness while humming tunelessly. Looking after her, Issei's voice cracked when he asked. Was that, all a test? Without turning or even breaking her stride, Anko waved back and spoke. A warm-up! Be ready tomorrow. We start real training at dawn. Oh, bring bandages, Will, and maybe a therapist. She broke into laughter that echoed through the trees, bright, unhinged, and utterly alive. The sound of hissing snakes fell into a chorus with it but faded as her chakra did, until eventually, silence. Silence and the pounding of Issei's heart in his ear. He wouldn't sleep that night, not because he was scared, admittedly he was, but because in a twisted way some would call stupid, he couldn't tell if she'd been smiling at him, or for him. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Night Tower. The following morning. In the briefing room, Naruto sat with his chair as he listened to the report from Adriana, Anko, and Ephra, the last being another one of the Lamia brought back from Sendai. Like her sisters, she has the human transformation seal, but only ever really uses it when visiting the upper levels of the tower. Ephra has short curling crimson hair, golden eyes with slit pupils, always seen with dark lipstick that is supposedly a tell of her toxins. Naruto, apparently, is near enough immune due to his chakra or something, but Anko won that bet as he had walked off her poison like it was nothing. Now, all the witty flirt ever does is flirt with him whenever they meet outside work, much to the dismay of the secret seraph, and the eternal joy of Anko, who finds her fellow sadists taste refreshing. With that in mind, Naruto grunts when the report is over, catching all three intelligence officers' attention as he replied. Okay, so Kyoto is secure and the enemy has no idea of our true identity or strength. Just projections based on scattered reports of the Hokkaido operation. Before Anko could speak, Ephra did. Indeed, Naruto, though if you'd like I would. Naruto waved her off before looking to Anko, then he spoke again. In that case, we are in a good position. Have you cracked that kitten yet? Chuckling deeply, Anko nodded and explained. Yeah, got her purring real good. Though, in all honesty, she didn't put up much resistance after the first half hour. Her backstory is not exactly kind. Considering she's a rogue devil, I don't doubt that. Naruto commented flatly, a deadpan that caused a chuckle from Anko and Ephra. After a moment to think, he looked to Adriana and asked, "Have you heard anything from Nakao in the labs?" Adriana shook her head then explained, "No, Lord Naruto. The laboratories are under Leona's supervision. Would you like me to?" "Nah, it's fine." Naruto waved her off too, then after a few moments of thought added, "Patch up the kitty. But keep her numb while you escort her to Nakao over in Lab 3. Might help in his research regarding removal of the evil pieces." All three nodded. Anko and Ephra chuckled with matching gleams that Naruto purposefully ignored for his sanity, when Adriana asked, "What about you, Lord Naruto? Are you still on light duties?" "For now, yes," Naruto confirmed as he stood up, still in his battle kimono, as his uniform has been confiscated by two blondes that he could never cross. With a sigh, he added, "But that doesn't mean I am out of options. I'm still available in emergencies and I can be contacted as usual. However, I am also forced to say that I am the last resort." They all caught his slight flicker up to the ceiling, where his office sat, and again nodded. Though he did look at Anko and asked, "So, you training that dragon kid? What his parents say about it?" Anko snorted, waved him off, and then replied, "He said he could handle me." But she paused upon seeing a flicker of darkness pass over his face briefly, and waved him off. "Training, moron? Just gave him a basic rundown of skills. Only illusionary snakes and a few cuts." Anko then grinned and chirped, "And a shitload of nightmare fuel." She and Ephra shared a high five in celebration, getting a wry chuckle from the blonde who shook his head. Naruto eventually offered, "Fine, just nothing permanent. We should get the tests back from the 3rd Legion in a day or two. Depending on how they go, Dragon Boy Blondie and Blue Buster will be given pieces the day after." Anko nodded, making a cross above her heart, while the other behind her back crossed her fingers as she chirped, "No sweat. Nothing permanent." Naruto smiled, acting oblivious while he added, "Regardless of those crossed fingers." Her expression held, but the fingers flexed as he added, "If something does happen, it will be house arrest again. Am I clear, Anko?" She nodded vigorously, not wanting to go through that hell again. Meanwhile, Ephra chuckled beneath her breath at the antics of her two bosses. Coming here was most definitely the best thing they could have done. Naruto then gestured to the meeting room's door and spoke, "Come on, let's get to breakfast before we are apprehended for desertion." Jinjugaku no Haisaido, Lightning Offices. Looking up, Samui is treated to the sight of Naruto stepping in wordlessly, and closing the door behind him as if he owned her office himself. Yet, when his blues met hers, he smiled and pulled out a sealing scroll and offered, "Brought Commander Mother some food." Amusement literally glowed in Samui's blue eyes, making a slight smirk appear on her lips as he pushed aside the financial reports to make space. She leans back, hand rubbing her stomach as she calmly watches the man she chose unroll his scroll, and with a puff of smoke the table was filled with everything from breakfast to dinner. Naruto looked up with a smirk and asked, "Anything catch your eye?" He need not ask, as Samui immediately took the pork liver, rice, and radishes without any ceremony. After swallowing her 3rd mouthful, she looked up at him and offered, "Thank you." Nodding back, Naruto took a seat and sat beside her casually while he whispered, "You're welcome." As the two ate, it was in silence, but it was not uncomfortable for either of them, and allowed them to just enjoy the company of the other. Samui caught him glancing at her now 7-month stomach that now forced her into something a little less combat-ready. It's taken some adjustments, but this kimono has been adjusted to her growing size, and the seals he placed support her bulging chest far more than anything brought off the shelf would have. Once she downed the last of her garlic seasoned lamb, Samui turned to him and asked, "You want to feel him?" Naruto blinked, then smirked. "Him?" She nodded while rubbing her stomach and explained, "Him. He is cool, so I am sure he is he." Not willing to mess with a mother's intuition, Naruto nodded slowly before raising a hand towards hers but pauses halfway as his nerves began to sink in. Yet, Samui calmly takes his hand and slips it through her kimono and onto her stomach directly. His eyes widen in surprise. His senses can pick out this baby's chakra signal, loud and clear. A very delicate little life that is growing safely within his mother, who is preparing him. Yes, now Naruto can sense it too, for this world. A smile reaches his lips, a tear welling on his eyes that he was unaware of until Samui wiped it with her thumb, drawing his eyes to her smile. His smile grew to beaming as she whispered, "He'll be strong, like his father. And unshakable, like his mother." Naruto returned and she nodded, proud of what their little one will do, even before he had even officially arrived. As his hand cups the one cupping his cheek, he closes his eyes to just allow his sensory ability to see for him as the young life continued to grow under its watch. Soft lips met his, and he didn't even think about returning it. It was earned, and for the first time in a long while, Naruto did not feel so overburdened anymore. This is their future, right here, and he'll be damned if anything ill came to it. Be it God, or devil, no harm shall come to this child. When Samui pulled back, Naruto opened his eyes and rested his forehead against hers. They both just enjoyed the contact, his hand never leaving hers that kept it on their growing son and family. Their tiny thunderstorm. Jinjugaku no Haisaido, Medical Center. Issei jerked awake, panting and sweating, looking around in a slight panic as the soft green glow of both his mother and Amino washed over him. Miki spoke first, soft and soothing. "You okay, Issei-chan? You're fine now." Slowly, very slowly, Issei nodded as his breathing stabilized but flinched at the low chuckle from the bed further down. Looking over, it was Tenten who was making the sound and was grinning back at him with a dangerous gleam in her eyes. When his eyes met hers, she cooed, "How was your training, Dragon Boy?" Issei flinched again, causing Tenten to cackle, and even the mellow Amino had to attempt to smother her smirk at the reaction. Miki frowned and turned on the Nightwings, then asked, "Who is this Anko-san you mentioned yesterday? If she is so scary, then maybe." "I tried to warn him," Gentru announced, stepping in with Goro behind him and both making their way over to the concerned mother. Issei's father then added, "From what I have gathered thus far, is that she is a very, hands-on teacher with particular habits." Mickey's frown did not disappear, so Tenten added, "She's a sadist. Plain and simple. Though only to those she trains, hates, is hitting on her, or she is interviewing." She air quotes the interviewing comment to try make them understand what that meant. It took a moment before the ex-heroes nodded in understanding, but that only made Mickey's concern grow. Amino offered gently, "I do not believe she will train him for long, however. She is an infiltration type. Issei-san is a frontline fighter. So at most, she will train his evasion, agility, awareness, and stealth." After a short pause, Mickey nodded but looked to her son and asked, "But does she have to be so rough? Better now than in the field." Tenten called back, looking through her seal book again. Goro this time let out a sigh through his nose and added, "As much as I hate to admit it, they have a point, dear. If they can harden his mind, strengthen his body, and expand his awareness now, it is better for him later when he faces untold dangers alone." She knew all this, but it didn't stop Mickey from worrying about her only son, thus asked, "Then how long before this next training session?" "As soon as he finishes this," Gentru informed as he produced breakfast from the tray they brought over from the dining pavilion. Gora did the same for his wife, handing it over with all her favorites on. As the two began to chow down, Gentru asked Issei, "So how bad was it?" "Nightmare fuel," Issei muttered between rice balls, swallowing, then looking to the blonde and added, "Honestly, I thought I was going to die." "You might next time," Tenten remarked dryly, though she still had that wicked smirk on her face as it was clear she was enjoying this immensely. Serves the pervert right for ogling them all unashamedly. With a light chuckle, Gentru folded his arms and asked, "Then, did your gear not work?" Shaking his head, swallowing his fried fish, Issei responded, Didn't even have time to think about it. One moment she was explaining I had to evade her, the next moment I had a knife stabbed between my toes. Kunai. Tenten, Amino, Goru, and Genshiro chimed together from around the room, causing Issei to blink at that. Sighing, Goru explained. These guys do not use knives, they use kunai, which is a specific type of blade, but with added utility. A very basic weapon for them. Incredibly useful. Tenten informed from her place further down, not even looking up as she added. Most of us learn how to throw them from the age of like 6 or 7, so all of us are very adept at using them. Genshiro masked his surprise well while he asked. I get that, and everything, but it's kinda hard for me to use. Practice. Tenten remarked, finally looking up at the blonde. Meeting his gray eyes, she informed. None of us graduated from our academy until we hit the target at 30 meters with at least 7 hits with 1 critical. Blinking, Amino offered softly. It was different for us. We only had to hit 5 moderates. Explains a lot. Tenten muttered, getting a rare glare from the former kunoichi of Suna, but she added. But you guys primarily use fans or puppets. Kunai aren't really your go-to, are they? Dropping the glare, Amino nodded and replied. Lady Temari is the best fan user we have. I am okay with them, but I'm more of a support, medical ninja than an offensive type. Nodding along, Genshiro asked. Then, what kind would I be? Both kunoichi stare at him a moment before Tenten announced. Too early to tell. Yes, Genshiro-san. We've all been training since we could walk and only graduated when we were 12. Amino informed, causing the humans to all gape at the information, trying to process that these people have been fighting since they were preteens. The medic offered a half smile, while Tenten snorted at their faces. After a few moments, Mickey finally asked hesitantly, how old are you all now? That caused the 2 Nightwings to pause. They shared a look, a long one, before Tenten replied with enough steel to forge a blade. That's classified. Underworld, Council Chamber. The full council had been gathered for this final briefing before 2 of the 4 Satans head off to meet with the leaders of the Twilight Alliance. Thanks in part to the advanced team, they are far more equipped than before to make sure things progress smoothly, and so Surzek's begun. Now that we are all here, allow me to inform you all. Upon the silence of the room, he continued. Thanks to several houses' independent actions, we have a good grasp of the political situation we are walking into for this upcoming meeting. Lords Phoenix, Citri, Gremory, and Agars nodded stoically, glad their wives had brought them this information, and the others took notice. Surzex continued. Unfortunately, this has highlighted the prominent fact that we are completely untrusted by the other factions. This means that any deals are going to be thoroughly detailed and unlikely to be very accommodating. Murmurs of disapproval hummed to life with Lord Asteros standing as he asked. Do they not understand that we are not so easily cowed? There were many murmurs of agreement, seats shuffling, and nodding heads to which Surzex silently took note of but replied anyway. It is not that they do not understand that, but rather the opposite. They know and expect us to slip up, at least that is what we have deduced. That earned silence from the room, the surprise noted as he continued. There are likely forces within the Alliance that are not yet willing to set down their arms and seek peaceful coexistence. This is the first step towards that goal, thus, will likely be hoping for us to mess up. Surzex really hoped that is the case. But Falbium has assured him that it was the most likely scenario, especially for the combat specialists among the fallen. That rogue commander who attacked the school was simply one of many, their rallying point. Though yes, the Nightwings had been instrumental in his defeat, they could not possibly hope to catch them all. If that is the case, then should we not call them out on that? Lord Glagiolabilas asked with an undercurrent of distrust and hostility. But then, before anyone could respond, he demanded. In fact, why should we be trusting in them? More cheers of acknowledgement, before Surzex declared, voice booming. This is not up for debate. When they quietened, he continued. The information we have received has been telling. As blue eyes scanned the room, Surzex continued sternly. This alliance, The Twilight Alliance is growing in strength and unity by the day. I have reports of Yukai joining Grigori legions. Heavenly squadrons sparring with Yukai. Priests and shrine maidens doing charity work together. His eyes sharpened to a knife's edge as he added. Cadres armed with an Excalibur of the Church, with the blessing of heaven. There was a sharp, silent intake of air at that information. This was no longer just a mere joining of powers but full-blown integration of their respective powers, and the clear development of a trusting relationship. A dangerous prospect, yet it was Zakram Bale who figured it out first and posed. That Excalibur-armed cadre. It's that Namikaze, is it not? Falbium responded sharply. That it is. We do not know which one it is, yet, however, it was very clearly one of those that the Church had been storing. How do we know that the heavens had permitted this? Lord Nibarius asked, standing from his seat and drawing eyes to him. Serzex addressed this directly and informed. Our advance team found him in the presence of Archangel Serial, and she did not attempt to take it from him. It took a few moments for people to recall such an archangel. She is typically not very active in the supernatural world, but when they recalled her, many paled at the thought of Lady Death standing beside that particular cadre. Seeing this, Serzex nodded and informed. It also seems that heaven is treating the reincarnated fallen separately from regular fallen, with Archangel Serial possibly assigned to them in some manner. We are unsure exactly what their relationship is at present. After a moment to consider this all, Zakram informed. Then, they are preparing for war then? They are arming themselves perhaps, yes. At least, one could construe the facts in that way. Ajuka commented offhandedly, Foe distractedly, with a hint of wistfulness that came out as genuine. With a sigh, he added, But we are not so weak as to assume that. Many agreed with the green-haired Satan in that regard. Falbium added smoothly. Although impressive, at most they are almost on our level, nothing more. As a man of the military, I can respect their commitment and strength, but I am confident in our strategic superiority. By the Satan, he hated this pandering crapshoot, but it was for the plan and so he'll play his part as will the others. Again more agreements, though within the crowd, Zeoticus Gremory had his fingers steepled over his mouth as he smirked. These foolish councilmen and their egos. Serzex then informed. With that all in mind, we will meet them directly, and we will discuss the prospect of peace and trade to expand our market influence. Many more murmurs of agreements and talks about the increased trade suddenly began smaller discussions about wares. Noticing this, Serzex glanced back at his fellows with a discreet glint in his eyes that they matched, and they all shared very subtle nods of relief. Greed comes in many forms. Money is always useful because of it, and is something they can use readily. Step 2 is nearing completion. Now all they need to do is convince the Alliance of their genuine sincerity for peace. Fifth Heaven. Oh, how delightful! It has been too long, Serial. A voice drew the attention of the Angel of Death, glancing over her shoulder to see yet another troubling sight of a sibling she'd rather have avoided. With a sigh, Serial replied, Jophiel, it is unusual for us to cross paths like this. Jophiel, Archangel of Beauty, Positivity, Inspiration, towered over the far smaller Serial at 6'1". Her beauty was second only to Gabriel, with a soft round face, gentle, knowing smile that had a beauty mark to its right and glistening emerald eyes. Her long silver hair reached her waist and was in her usual curly drills. Her 10 wings stood out as they were a mix of white and yellow, which caught the attention of many along with her calm, uplifting personality. For the Angel of Death, however, she was a major buzzkill and typically goes to great lengths to avoid this being whenever possible. Her luck, it seems, has run out. With a graceful smile, Jophiel asked, So, little Serial, what has brought you to visit so often recently? I have noticed your presence increasingly here among us in recent times. Good news, I pray. Turning back to face the woman directly, Serial offered calmly. Just helping to ensure things are in order with the influx of new angels. You heard about the brave saints, yes? With a soft nod and softer smile, Jophiel informed. That I have, and it is a wonderful thing. I am so glad that so many children are being recognized for their continued efforts. Her sister just nodded, so she added, though I hear it is due to our new nieces and nephews. Have you met them yet? I have been meaning to, but my duties are delaying my introduction to them. With a stiff nod, Serial folded her arms as she reported. A few of them, yes. They are different than what I had envisioned. With a calm nod, Jophiel asked, care to share? I am really excited to meet them, you know. Sighing, Serial offered instead. I have to check on a few things. We can walk and talk if... Ah, there you are, Serial. Both women follow the voice and find Raziel approaching them while clutching a number of thick binding books to his chest. This brother of theirs was a calm man who resembled a man of scholarly authority and knowledge. He stood at a steady 5'8", short bluish-purple hair that had bangs running down either side of his face that reached his glasses that sat ahead of silver eyes. His 12 iridescent wings of silver shimmered blue as he stopped before them, then he spoke again. I have been informed of something important by Gabriel. She had directed me to find you. Do you have a few moments to discuss this, as I believe that such things should be kept in the archive and close to the chest? With another sigh, Serial nodded, as it would make sense to keep Raziel, if anyone, up to date with their discoveries. Maybe, just maybe, he may have the answers to the situation they suddenly find themselves in regarding her little twin brother. Looking back at her sister, Lady Death offered, maybe next time, Jophiel? Yes, maybe next time, little Serial. Jophiel replied calmly, offering a gentle wave as she too set off but towards the lower levels. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Night Tower. Stepping into the briefing room, Naruto finds Kuratsuchi with Shikamaru, Choji, and Guren discussing the supply situation. His entrance drew eyes and smirks from the group. Kuratsuchi, the current leader in his stead, spoke first. Restless, huh? Naruto snorted, his reply curt. No shit. This is boring. But necessary. Shikamaru pointed out, leaning back in his chair and gazing at him lazily. Choji nodded and added, yeah, you've been covering all this alone, man. We got this. Kuratsuchi nodded, leaning forward on her elbows and fingers interlinked as she spoke with a smirk. Relax, oh noble leader. The place isn't going to burn down because you put your feet up. I know that. Naruto muttered breathlessly, before sighing and then getting somewhat serious. Seeing this, they too got a bit serious as he asked, are we calling in any additional forces for our defense plan, or using the local ones we have cooped up here? We should manage with just 2 squads. Shikamaru commented calmly, leaning back with his hands behind his head. Seeing Naruto's raised brow, he added, problem is, if we do, then we reveal our hand. Artur is busy clearing out the rogues in the north. Kuratsuchi reported, getting Naruto to nod. She glanced to her phone beside her and added, I was thinking about calling on Sasha, but it might cause a bit of a stink. So in short, we are still working on it. Shikamaru clarified clearly, and Naruto nodded before he commented, in that case, we should probably plan on using the big guns. We won't take any chances here. This is our home they are threatening. A delicate throat clearing caused Naruto to freeze briefly before he sighed and glanced back at the door to find one 4 months pregnant, looking like 5, platinum blonde wife glaring at him. The second their eyes met, Ino's voice echoed in his head. Are you going to defy me, husband dearest? What makes you say that, oh wife dear? I was just getting an update. Naruto replied in a telepathic deadpan, but that got him the troublesome pose. Ino placed her hands on hip, glare sharp as ninja wire. He heard the gulps of both Shikamaru and Choji behind him, the soft chuckles of Guren and Kuratsuchi shortly afterwards. With arms up, Naruto spoke softly, telepathically again. Let's get you back to your place. I'll cook you your favorite back and foot massage too. How'd that sound? For a while nothing happened. Eventually, Ino stepped aside and muttered mentally, get moving, Buster. This better be the best damn massage ever or you're sleeping on the couch. With a light smirk, Naruto moved forward, unhurried but scrutinized by all, until he stood beside the younger woman and took up her hand, leading her back toward the home where the shinobi lived. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Yasaka stepped into the office of the security officer within her Imperial Palace to find Katarina again, not Shikamaru or even Naruto. Her sigh was imperceptible but real, though she did eventually address the cadre. Lady Katarina, how goes the preparations with the diplomatic suite? The crane have been very efficient. Katarina reports, meeting the golden eyes of the Kyuubi with her own green. As she presented the file regarding the security arrangements to the leader of Kyoto, the cadre continued. We ready in time. Just wait for Pupsik day off, finalize. Seeing everything in order, Yasaka nodded slowly before she asked. So, he's still off duty? Kuratsuchi tells me this. Katarina confirmed, with a soft smirk and knowing gleam in her eyes that irked the Yukai leader. Not that she voiced it. After a moment, Yasaka asked, what about the arrangements of the Eastern Yukai faction members? Have they spoken to you about the security measures they require? A suggestive smile overtook the fallen's lips, her eyeshadow seeming to crease as Katarina spoke. They settled. Should hear by evening. Yasaka finally just nodded and turned to leave when she stopped at the door, then glanced back and asked, what are your intentions with Naruto? To marry, of course. Katarina spoke casually, voice as smooth as silk and as certain as the sunrise. She didn't break her gaze from her opponent, as she added. We went on date once. Next time, we go to my territory. I show him around, we'll have a great time. Yasaka just nodded then proceeded to leave. It seems she has fallen behind again. Kyoto, main shrine. Later that afternoon. When the light died down, 5 figures stood before the entrance that led up to the main shrine and residence of the local Kyuubi. Despite still being in his civilian uniform, his battle kimono, Naruto was immediately recognized by the guards who snapped to attention upon sight. This battle kimono was in the same design and batch as the one he confronted the devils in, but more factional themed. His outer high collar, knee-length kimono was made from midnight black cotton, lined with golden trim and threading that draw away the attention from the discreet runes and even more secretive fuinjutsu embedded in the fabric. It being partly opened, allowed the dark matte chainmail beneath to be glimpsed and the thermal-regulated undersuit hidden beneath that. His upper arm still had the Yamanaka bush clover, stitched in by hand, on both sides. There was a matte gold plate of the Grigori insignia beneath it, and the sleeves were loose enough to cover the armored, fingerless gloves. Regular black cargoes, but still had a kunai pouch, more out of habit than threat, and his back held Excalibur destruction in its chakra harness. A dark obi and combat-grade tabi, paired with Nightwing issue-covered sandals finish off Naruto's look. The normal mess of blonde hair was pulled back neatly into a low ponytail, his black bangs clipped back into the blonde to keep them clear from his deep blue slit eyes that looked to the 2 guards, that had stiffened, and caused a discreet sigh to slip from his lips. Yashigahara chuckled lowly while he spoke. Seems you are respected, Boyle? That is just their duty. Naruto's breathless response as he straightened up under the side eye of his little sister, who matched his outfit, sword replaced for her bow, for some reason. After clearing his throat, he added, Now then, I am sure they have detected our arrival. Are you ready, Yashigahara-san? Taking a deep breath to center himself, Yashigahara nodded sharply and with the conviction that was noted by the heavens above before he spoke. I have never wavered in my belief, Commander. I truly have lived my entire life for this moment. Let on, we must not keep Her Grace waiting. His conviction was worthy enough to lead battalions into battle, and none who heard doubted he would if he must, and so Naruto nodded sharply, as if a general had ordered him to do that. Turning to the gate, the guards saluted as he led the old man, his eldest grandson, Hanabi, and Cheyenne through the shrine. Word spread that Yashigahara must have been a famous general in his youth, commanding both human and Yukai despite being a mere human. Historians of the faction knew this not to be the case, but the elders who saw and heard him felt they swore he had been there with them at certain battles. Thus he was added. A fabrication, but a worthy one. The climbing of the steps up to the shrine was steady and unhurried. Despite his age, Yashigahara did not slow down or miss a step that were steady, taken in ritual precision as if his feet dared not disturb the earth of which Amaterasu's light graced. As they kept ascending toward that top, the golden light poured over them like a liquid sun, spilling from the barrier that encased the sanctuary that rested at the top. The red torii gate slowly came into view, towering and impressive, a sight that caused Yashigahara to instinctively trace a silent munder through the air on reflex. A prayer for purity, hope, and life. Genshuru, a step behind his grandfather, felt inclined to mimic it, and although rushed and rough, it was unmistakable. The light only seemed to increase in its radiance and warmth. It wasn't chakra, nor even magic. It was the raw presence of belief itself, purified into a concentrated form. It prickled lightly against Naruto's skin, and he knew a certain goddess was doing it on purpose, but he held his tongue. But as they closed on the final quarter of the steps, Naruto whispered softly to the elder beside him. "From here on, dash." He turned his head to meet the old man's gaze directly, a light smile on his face while he finished. "No words will be needed. Not unless the heart commands them. She'll know your intent and faith as you do." Without missing a step or beat, Yashigahara responded almost reverently. "Then my heart shall speak openly and plainly, Fallen Dano. Naruto's fine." Naruto informed as they reached the top, and they passed the first torii gate. The air within the shrine was soothing yet hushed. The beauty of it was only surpassed by the serenity and warmth that encompassed the ground. Tranquility was all that could be felt here. Every breath was warmth, heavy heartbeat felt and measured by unseen eyes as they passed koi ponds and plum trees. Naruto guided them towards the great sakura tree, where they found the perfect rendition of Shinto shrine maidens, stood calmly and in complete serenity, her 9 golden tails flowing like rivers of molten gold, eyes closed in gentle prayer. Naruto did not cross the small bridge over to the central island. He stood aside silently, Hanabi and Cheyenne joining him without instruction, all three offering a quiet bow that seemed to be the signal. Yasaka carefully and with perfect measure of patience turned to face the 2 eldest of the Saji family. When her eyes finally parted, it felt like the world seemed to exhale, and she spoke, voice a serene bell that traveled through the air and spirit alike. "Lord Yashigahara Saji." The man on reflex fell to one knee, Genshuru rushing to aid him, but he waved him off to listen to the representative of his goddess, her long golden yellow hair flowing in a wind that perpetually contained sakura petals, for some reason, as it passed through them. Her words were still heard. "The faithful of Kyoto know your name well. The shrines have whispered of your devotion." Yashigahara pressed his hands to the sacred ground before him as she approached gracefully, her tone soft and filled with both gratitude and understanding, each word slow and deliberate. "You have carried grief as heavy as mountains, yet you still look towards the light. My daughter's spirit, she loved this city." Yashigahara replied softly, voice cracking, recalling his precious daughter's smile in this time of reverence. "When she was taken from us, I thought my faith would die with her, but my grandson..." He glanced back at Genshuru, the same grief, understanding, and love clear in his watering eyes as the old man continued. "He reminded me that the gods do not take without reason, that there is purpose, even in loss." Yasaka's gaze softened immensely as she stood before the man, her voice more tender than the celestial breeze that now surrounded them. "You have taught your family well. The bond of generations is the truest prayer of mortals. The gods hear it clearer than any chant." Cheyenne, off to the side, knelt too, as she too can intrinsically feel the faith and reverence more than any other Nightwing, closing her eyes in shared divinity. She whispered as to not to disturb the ceremony-like atmosphere. "He has lived his faith, Lady Asaka. His shrine is his family. The Kitsune Queen, ruler of this land, and mortal connection to the kami above, could only nod once in agreement." Reaching out, Yasaka rested a hand on Yashigahara's bowed head. The air rippled, soft, golden as the light of Amaterasu's blessing touched the man's soul. For that heartbeat, the years fell away, the lines on his face softened, back straightened and breath steadied. Naruto and Hanabi both twitched, The elder of the two could feel the smile and thanks from the goddess as something below a whisper just beyond conceptual clarity. His annoyance at her antics died at it. Genshiro found himself in quiet awe upon looking at his grandfather, yet he whispered, "Grandpa!" The man himself smiled, tears unashamedly shining down his face as he whispered back, "I feel her. I feel her warmth again." Yasaka's smile remained gentle, soothing. Her tales matched as she offered, "You are not forgotten, Yashigahara Saji. Your daughter's spirit watches from my gates. She is at peace, knowing her family still walks beneath the sun." After his slow nod, the kitsune continued, "Rise, Yashigahara Saji. You are not here as a servant of the gods, but as one of their kin, a man whose spirit has endured where others have turned away." The following moments was taken in silence. No one spoke as he trembled, but stood. The sound of the wind flowing through the sakura and plum trees filled the courtyard. Hanabi and Genshiro bowed deeply. The Nightwing of the two whispered softly, "But sure. Lady Yasaka, thank you for honoring him." Her smile deepened, Yasaka replied. "It was he who honored us, young Hanabi-chan. Faith this pure is rarer than any relic." Hanabi rose back up, nodding once, though her brother stood silently with his arms crossed. Naruto watched quietly. The light danced around the old man's shoulders that seemed to sit steadier and less weighted than before they arrived. When it finally died down, he stepped forward and offered, not unkindly, "I think it's time to go, Yashigahara-san. You've made your offering." The old man chuckled weakly and looked to the fallen angel he once called wicked. Yashigahara replied with a serene smile, "No, Naruto-dano," she made hers. "I came to bow," she lifted me up. Yasaka inclined her head, voice a whisper upon the gentle breeze. "Walk the light, Yashigahara Saji. When your journey ends, follow the scent of the sun, you will find her again." The man nodded with the conviction that could topple mountains, his faith stronger than any blade forged yet, tears of peace not despair being wiped from his visage. Genshiro bowed again, voice tight. "Thank you, Lady Yasaka, for honoring my grandfather, my mother. Your heart carries the same quiet strength, child," Yasaka announced softly, the boy raising up to see her gentle smile, warm and filled with understanding. His breath hitched, but he swallowed it down as she added, "Cherish it, it is a blessing of your blood." Standing taller, stronger, and straighter, Genshiro nodded and replied firmly, "Hi, Lady Yasaka." Yasaka then turned her attention to the deliverer of this faithful to her domain. When he sent that message earlier, she did not know what to think. He had been conspicuously absent in recent days. But to her surprise, this was by far the furthest thing she had expected. Even more so when her lady informed her of this man directly. The Nightwings, much like most fallen she supposed, are not a religious group. They more than their contemporaries among the Grigori, which is to be expected, seeing as they had faced an apocalypse once before and no god came to their aid. Only those who walked beside them. So for Naruto to request this, was certainly something she was not expecting but relished nonetheless and is happy to spread the blessing of the Shinto to their children. Speaking of children, as the group were turning to leave, Naruto was hanging back. Yasaka turned her head to him and asked softly, "Perhaps, Naruto, you could stay for tea? You have been rather absent in recent times, and I would like to finally introduce you to someone." Naruto's Nara sense flared and could sense the troublesome a mile off, but after this favor he couldn't exactly reject it without causing serious harm to their relationship. Mentally groaning enough to catch Ino's distant attention, he replied steadily, and without any trace of his inner monologue, "Well, sure. We can stay for some tea." Yasaka's tail twitched for a reason she did not feel the need to mention, but her smile remained serenely comforting. Together they returned their gaze to the rest of their party, all of which were looking to the two. The QB spoke for them both. "Please, allow me to host you properly. We have tea inside." Only the two humans looked surprised by that announcement. Hanabi looked pleased as she'll finally get a decent tea, Cheyenne looked like she expected this, and Naruto just looked quietly resigned, but not unwilling. He did hear a snort from deep within his mind, getting him to let out a tight breath, before kicking her out of his head. Yasaka's tails twitched again. A brief glance at him suggested she sensed something. Inside the shrine itself. The inner halls of the shrine was a world of quiet splendor, as one would expect, gold paper screens and doors, elegantly painted clouds marking them, and soft red cushions arranged around a lacquered table. A few incense curled lazily from a bronze fox burner, and the air hummed with a tranquil warmth. Yasaka had prepared the tea herself, as gracefully as ever, movements well practiced and both Cheyenne and Hanabi moving seamlessly alongside her. Naruto tried, but Hanabi's glare at him was reinforced by Cheyenne's soft smile, and told him to sit down or else. He was not ashamed. When served and placed, Genshio sat beside Hanabi, Yashigahara beside his grandson with Cheyenne next, Naruto sat opposite his sister, and at the head of the table was Yasaka on his left. When the kitsune sat the cadre's cup down, she commented, "The spirits of the mountain no longer fear your presence, not like when you first arrived." The shrug was lazy, the Nara would be proud, as Naruto responded, "It's a family trait. Spend enough time with me and boom, we're best friends." His lips twitched upward. Yasaka chuckled along Cheyenne's lighter one, but Hanabi had to roll her eyes and hide hers behind her cup. Even Yashigahara chuckled along with that before he commented, "Considering how I treated you, boyo, when we first met, I find no fault in that statement." Swallowing his tea first, Naruto replied easily, "Yeah, well, I have a lot of experience talking with people who are afraid of what they don't understand. That's all you were, someone who lacked knowledge, which meant you lacked understanding. No harm done. How mature of you, Naruto." Yasaka commented gently, but something told her she should not push that subject much further when he simply nodded and did not comment. A glance told her that Hanabi and Cheyenne were both in the know, thus she was thankful for the timely intervention. "Hahayui?" The voice held a childish tone to it, but was hesitant. Yasaka noticed her land's protectors hadn't even flinched, but Hanabi's eyes did briefly shift. Regardless, the vixen turned to the side and called, "Come, Kunu. There's someone I wish for you to meet." From the side entrance came a small girl, a child version of Yasaka to the point some might call them sisters, but the shinobi present could all sense the chakra she gave off was different, just enough to tell them of her relation. Naruto sensed her before, back when he accidentally used Sage Mode in front of the Kyuubi. Oh, feels like years ago now. He was broken from his recalling when the young Kyuubi bowed low, from beside her mother, tails twitching nervously as she spoke. "Hello? My name is Kunu, daughter of Yasaka, an heiress of the Western Yukai faction. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Naruto's entire being softened, when looking upon the mini Yasaka. No, he won't disrespect either by describing her like that. Instead, he smiled and stood, then returned the bow while he spoke. "The pleasure is mine, Kunu. My name is Naruto Namikaze, a cadre of the Grigori, commander of its first legion, the Nightwings." Following his lead, Hanabi stood and curtsied during her introduction. "Fair day, Lady Kunu. My name is Hanabi Namikaze, Nisama's younger and favorite sister. Yashigahara Saji." Yashigahara informed before gesturing to his grandson beside him, then added, "My boy Genshiro. Forgive me for not standing." "It's fine." Yasaka cut in, smiles soft yet radiant and comforting. Naruto would have snorted if the child wasn't present. Hanabi and Cheyenne saw the expression and was somewhat thankful he was keeping his respectful tone he had developed spontaneously. After nodding her acknowledgments, looking to Cheyenne and bowed to her, having met previously, Kunu then looked to Naruto and asked, "Are you the man who protects Kyoto and all the yukai of the land? The lightning storm that defends the sun my Hahayui has told me of?" A discreet glance to the serenely ignorant adult kitsune sipping her tea and clearly pretending not to know what her daughter was saying, told Naruto what was happening here, and thus replied, "I thought that was Lord Sasuna's job." That got a few chuckles from around the room, and the cadre swore he could feel the man's grin from down here. After everyone settled down, Naruto added, "Well, I wouldn't know about the storm thing, per se." Though as he said that his visible hand did begin to spark with golden lightning dancing across it harmlessly, drawing all eyes to it, and Kuna stared amazed. He did continue as he lifted his tea again. But yeah, my friends and I do what we can to save people's hopes of tomorrow. The sparks finally disperse, and he found the young kitsune staring at his hand to find no harm to it. Kuna asked. How comes you weren't burnt? Even my fox fire sometimes burns me. Naruto blinked at that, subtly surprised, so Yasaka commented easily. All kitsune are fire breathers. Our fox fire is legendary among the yokai for its unparalleled strength. I remember many tales of it from my youth. Yashigahara added almost fondly, as he stares down into his own tea. Yet Naruto surprised the non-Nightwings when he replied. Yeah. I know. That's not what I was thinking or surprised about. All eyes fall to him. Yasaka rose a brow and Kuna just stared into his eyes as he lifted a finger. Everyone looked at it, and a small bright orange flame, the size of a pinky, lit atop it. The warmth it gave off was something else, far more than its size suggests it should be able to. Both kitsunes stared at it intensely. Kuna in awe, Yasaka in concentration and dawning comprehension. Before Naruto dismissed it, both vixens produced a similarly small flame of the foxfire, blue and unmistakable, which in turn surprised the shinobi. Not that either showed it. Although different colors, their harmonics were not entirely dissimilar, but the orange consumed more chakra but less spiritual power than the fox's blue flames. Genshiro, who was way out of his league here, broke the contemplative silence with a low. That is so cool. All three flames went out in unison. Yasaka spoke first, looking at the cadre. You never told me you could do that. Naruto shrugged so casually, you may not have noticed, as he replied. It's my second to last strongest element. I don't have any use for it most times, so that's why I never mention it. Nisama prefers water techniques, that's what he taught me. Hanabi confirmed with a nod. Genshiro, getting clued in somewhat, asked. Wait, you can learn elemental stuff like that? Not entirely. Yasaka commented, glancing to the boy briefly then back on the cadre as she continued. The flames Naruto and we just used are the racial specific type. Only Kitsune can use them. I know why he can, I am just wondering when he felt the need to tell me. Before Naruto could rebuff, he caught Kuna trying to sniff him discreetly from his side while looking like she was actually drinking tea and so replied. Yes, I know I smell and feel like a kitsune, Kuna. She squeaked at being seen doing something so embarrassing, but Naruto shifted his gaze to Yasaka and clarified. I literally have no use for it in my arsenal. I have no techniques for it, no scrolls to learn how to use it, and we've been kind of busy with other stuff. Learning a whole new element right now is kind of a stretch, in all honesty. The stare down lasted a lot longer than most would feel comfortable, thus Kuna spoke hesitantly. Naruto-sama? That sent a shudder through Naruto's nerves. It was that formal and drew his gaze to the 10-year-old daughter of his boss, Kuna added. Why not train with me here? We can learn all sorts of cool things with our fire. Naruto smiled softly, but had to turn her down and was about to when his danger sense kicked off. Kuna must have sensed the incoming denial as she fully utilized her fox features, lowering her tails in a solemn gesture, her ears falling flat, eyes impossibly wide and the slightest watering increased. The man known as the last Kage of the elemental nations, who battled an impossible foe, battled angels and devils alike the world over, faced down even the Shinigami and a primordial fragment of a world tree, knew why his danger sense had been triggered. This young fox, this kid, was deploying a textbook example perfected to levels no mortal has ever seen before, a technique that even the shinobi world dared not whisper of. For it has rumored to have toppled nations, led revolts, and turned the tides of war with a single deployment. Yet this being, this Kuna, has not only seemed to have studied the forbidden technique of that bygone era, but has improved upon it. No longer is this the double S rank jutsu, puppy eye jutsu, but rather, the triple S rank jutsu, kid eye jutsu. The new fallen seraph, the second ever to hold that position, with the title linking him to the inevitability of the end, had no defense that could withstand this assault on his sense of sensibilities. Oh, how the mighty had fallen, further. An unexpected defense, however, came without warning, saving the man known as Naruto Namikaze. His adorable, lovable, and fully bro-con of a sister, Hanabi, stepped in. Lady Kunu, that is most improbable to happen. Drawing all eyes to the other sunshine blonde at the table, who was very deliberate on her slow consumption of this fine tea that was prepared. When her teacup was elegantly, and finally placed down, the Namikaze continued. For my Nisama has very important duties to fulfill at current. Thus, his time is increasingly limited by his incurably busy schedule. Naruto let out a breath he had no idea about, as Kunu argued back. I am aware of that, Lady Hanabi. But it would be good to have. It would be good to have my Nisama around, I am aware. Hanabi cut in as smooth as silk, not denying the child as her Nisama was the coolest and that she would agree on without thought. When the younger Kyubi nodded, she added, However, a lady of your station should be aware of how busy someone who works with your lady mother can be. That caused Kunu pause for thought, missing the silent conversation between Naruto, Cheyenne, and Yasaka about Hanabi's masterful control of the situation. Well, Cheyenne managed to convey something about brother complex that Naruto casually downplayed, but for Yasaka it made a lot more sense. Gentry missed the silent conversation completely, still awed at the diplomatic touch of Hanabi. His grandfather, however, seemed to hear everything that wasn't said and chuckled lightly as he finished his tea. What a day this has been for him. After what felt like forever, Kuna had mulled it over and replied. Very well, Lady Hanabi. I understand your point of view as my Hahayui is incredibly important and busy. Perhaps we can have a schedule for our training? Naruto rose a brow at this sudden turnaround into negotiations. How old is she, like 10? Why does she sound like a seasoned diplomat, who had managed to end several civil wars, and a multi-generational blood feud? Hanabi's response was an eyebrow-raising, her tea swirl in its cup while she asked. Bold of you to assume that this was up for negotiations. Kuna nodded once, sharply, before she replied. Everything is negotiable. The lifted brow lowered. Hanabi's reply was just as curt. I am listening. The adults shared looks, split between amusement and curiosity at the dynamic at present. Naruto, though, turned inward and prodded Ino, who responded immediately. We've been listening, Whiskers. This is getting good. His mental eyebrows lifted, only now noticing over half the Nightwings tuned into this display. Temari spoke next, amusement in her tone. Never expected to hear about such tense negotiations between a 16 and 10-year-old while stuck at home. The fox girl has a difficult task ahead of her. Summers whispered in the mental channel, getting a raised brow from Naruto. She added smoothly. She is highly protective of your time together. She will not be easy to persuade. Yeah, Taike's got to have guts to challenge the firecracker. Kuratsuchi commented. Her tone suggests that she was leaning back in a chair somewhere and fully paying attention. Shut up, guys. This is getting good. Karui commented sharply. Wow, she must be bored, Naruto mused, getting a scoff from the red-headed lightning company Kanuchi. She jeered. If you hadn't taken me off. Enough. Shikamaru cut her off. Naruto could see him leaning forward at his desk, fingers locked ahead of his mouth, as he focused on these talks. He could feel his smirk as he added. This is most certainly an interesting negotiation. I'll say. Sakura added smoothly, then Inner Sakura commented. She ain't getting shit. Haven't heard Inner for a while, good to see she's still around. Choji commented offhandedly. Many nods were felt as Cheyenne suddenly entered the mental chat. You all are helpless. The collective shrug could have leveled the mountainous region, Samui offered. It's cool. Our duties are not very intensive today. So you're all in my head because you are all bored? Naruto quipped, and there was no response. With a sigh, he added. Anko, please don't kill the kid. I swear I wasn't. Anko snipped, but the tone suggested that she was thinking about it. He narrowed his mental eyes at her, and she may have slipped away her kunai in the physical world. Ino piped in suddenly. Oh, they look like they're about to have a breakthrough. Nah, that's a delaying tactic. Temari clarified, seeing through Kuna's ploy easily as a veteran in this field of combat. Ko added seamlessly. Lady Hanabi isn't going to allow it. Yeah, firecrackers as ruthless as Umbu when it comes to Naruto time. Genma added knowingly and everyone nodded in total agreement. Cheyenne piped in, despite currently refilling everyone's tea physically. Should we not stop this? You kidding? This is gold. Kuratsuchi replied with mirth. Karui added. Man, this is better than anything I've watched in weeks. It seems that Hanabi's diplomatic tongue is developing nicely. Summers informed proudly and Ko added. Indeed. She has learnt well. Of course she has. Temari snipped, the head motion could be felt as a flick. She added. I taught her well. Man, this is weird. Zenobia suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's mental eyes briefly before they all focused back on the negotiating teen and child. Chojuro added. Yeah, this is our mental battle network. Normally it isn't used in this way, but… His pause was expected and not filled. After a moment he added. Those terms are unreasonable. That's the point. Oma added lowly. Zenobia then added. Wait, what element do they even use? Naruto informed. Kunu, the fox child and daughter of Yasaka, uses fire. Hanabi, earth and water. She's been asking me for tips on wind. Temari added helpfully, getting a risen brow from Naruto, though Tenten added. Ouch, there is no way she can ask that, can she? Shouldn't you be resting? Sakura asked, eyes narrowed on the still bedbound Kunoichi. Tenten replied flatly. Like I can sleep with this mental debate going on. You made the connection willingly. Ino clipped, shooting her a brief glare. Temari suddenly muttered. Oh, this Kunu might have found a way in. There was a sigh that no one owned up to. Ko muttered. It's over. Hanabi's lost the tempo. Yeah, had to be the unique tea blend. Buren commented with a chuckle. Kiba joked. Damn it. Consider yourself lucky, Choji. Pleasure doing business. Choji chuckled back. Chojuro asked. You two had a bet going on? And didn't tell me? Anko quipped, almost glaring death at them both. Amaru piped in. Well, I just collected on Sin and Maki. Did the rest of you not? I did. Shizuka added with mirth, then informed. Araki, Ren, and Soga went double or nothing. Chojuro's sigh rippled through the channel like a rogue wave as he muttered. Of course, Araki did. Nervous chuckles from the men present. Naruto shook his head as he tuned back into the room to see Hanabi sigh and relent. Fine, you can spend one Saturday with my niece Sama, but absolutely no. Oni-chan. Title at any time before the agreed-upon settlement. Kuna nodded and offered a hand to shake on. I think we can work together, Hanabi-wani-sama. When Hanabi shook hands, the mental applause caused all three Nightwings present to flinch in unison. The former Hyuga paled upon realizing half her fellows had heard and seen her falter in negotiations. There goes her reputation. Yasaka, ignorant of the mental audience of Nightwings, commented on this display. It seems we have two future diplomats before us. Compared to some treaty talks I have witnessed, that was the most thoroughly honest and detailed discussion I may have seen. They would both make fine politicians. Yashigahara agreed with a smile while looking between both young girls. Genshin nodded his agreement, beaming at Hanabi, who was too lost in her self-pity to notice. Naruto did not, and neither did any of the listening in Shinobi. There were plenty of cackling among the ladies but a simmering rage from the men, Naruto included, as something darker flickered across his eyes as he looked at Genshin. He was broken from it by a saintly throat clearing. All eyes land on Cheyenne, and then she spoke. I think it is about time we leave for today. We all have duties to perform, yes? There was no debating against that sinfully angelic smile of sainthood that Cheyenne had perfected. As Yashigahara, Genshin, Naruto, Cheyenne, and Hanabi passed back through the torii gates towards the steps back down the path, Kunu called out while waving. See you soon, Naruto Aji. Hanabi froze, then swirled on her heel and sent a glare so murderous, it would have made the Shinigami flinch. Yet couldn't just beam brighter. Her shrine made an upbringing unshakable, unbreakable. It seems that Hanabi has met her match. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Report 15, 3 fronts. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Night Tower. Naruto yawned as he awoke, stretching out and disturbed the rest of the girl at his side. There was a feminine moan that followed. Ni-sama, not yet. He chuckled, prodding the teen clinging to him after all this time. After the fallout at the shrine, and facing someone able to resist her glare of death, Hanabi got really clingy again. Since it's been a while, and she's been growing into her own, Naruto let her stay in his bed like they used to. He poked her forehead and whispered, I have a busy day today, and if you don't get up now, you can't show me what training you've done. Hanabi groaned like a little girl half her age, then huffed. Fine, only because you asked nicely. Pushing the blanket off herself, she revealed that her hair had returned to her natural brown hair, eyes pupilless white and yawning. In the attached bathroom, both washed their faces and then brushed their teeth when Naruto squints into the mirror. She rose an eyebrow until he said, You've grown taller. About 5'3" now. Spitting in the sink, Hanabi nodded with a grin that looked far too much like his own when she stated, Yep, definitely going to be taller than Anko at this rate. Naruto snorted before washing his mouth out, then replied, Still got another 2 inches and a spicy attitude to go. She stuck her tongue out at him before the transformation seal illuminated gently, but he stopped her with a hand. Looking up at him, Hanabi was about to question him. Hesitation was all over her form when he just smiled. Give me a sec, just making sure it's fine. She nodded slowly and watched as Naruto ran a chakra-covered finger over her left forearm. A few targeted chakra pulses later, he nodded and stepped back with a grin. Try it now. Hanabi wasted no time in reapplying her transformation and noticed it immediately. The chakra cost was lower this time. Her eyes sparkle and were now the same shade, no, a shade lighter than his. The sunshine blonde was the same though, with a single strand of black down one side that she noticed. As her fingers ran through it, Naruto whispered from behind her and looking into her eyes from via mirror before them both. Figured if anyone asked, it was a family trait, you know, the black bangs? Hanabi did not respond, and he got a bit nervous, thus asked. If you don't like it. Thank you, Ni-sama. She spoke softly, almost reverently, and so Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, meeting her reflected gaze with a gentle smile while he spoke. You are Miyamoto. Now and always, regardless of what you choose. Never forget that, okay? Hanabi just nodded, throat was too tight to say anything else. So naturally, her stupid Ni-sama had to go ruffle her hair after she just got it fixed. So, she played along and growled, with bunched up fists as he slipped out to get ready. Damn it, Ni-sama! I just did my hair! Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Training Ground 1. The sky was only thinking about brightening when Naruto and Hanabi took the field. The early morning mist was only beginning to form, the dune new and silence absolute within the training ground. The village was asleep, mostly. As an apology for the messing up of hair this morning, the male blonde was in his Grigori uniform that he wore to the shrine yesterday. Outer high collar, knee-length battle kimono was made from midnight black cotton, lined with golden trim over dark chain mail armor. Hanabi matched him with the female version but was trying really hard not to smile or smirk, seeing her Ni-sama wearing formal attire more often. This is what he should always look like in her eyes, which is obviously the only correct way. But she digresses. She suddenly spoke. Ni-sama, as you have instructed, I have been working to improve my accuracy with a bow. With arms crossed, Naruto simply nodded and listened as his little sister explained. And because of that, I have taken what I learned from Ku and refined it. A puff of smoke revealed the fruits of her labor, a recurved composite steel bow. It wasn't beautiful, but functional. It was clearly from kunai-grade steel, likely reforged from the ones their forges couldn't save, and he recognized that workmanship anywhere. Kuratsuchi and Choji. The idea likely came from Tenten. She's bored and has an infinite amount of knowledge on weapon systems. Same with the basic seals, sound suppression, and what appears to be an attempt of wind embalmment and spin, but Naruto can tell Hanabi's handiwork a mile off. Her brush strokes are always so precise yet gentle. That bow string. Braided medical-grade chakra strings that have likely been treated with something else. Hard to say at a glance. Yet it is clear that either Amino or Hana had a hand in this too. It's rough, but clearly a considerable amount of effort has gone into this proof of concept, and to be honest, Naruto felt so damn proud of his little sister right now. He wanted to grin and hug her, bring her into a bear hug and tell her, but that's for later for now. After securing the steel arrows onto her back, Hanabi took aim at the target 50 meters away in the tree line both knew was there for kunai throwing practice, and drew back. Even with this early morning mist, her aim is true and unshakable. The release was not loud. Not for regular humans, but muted. The mist was punched through abruptly, and the streak of blue was obvious. The target was not so much as hit but punched through the throat marking on the wooden dummy. The head snapped off clean. The arrow made it halfway through the tree beyond. Before Naruto said anything, Hanabi darted forward and he watched her. 4 targets, all hit as she leaped, darted through trees and branches. Then another 2 targets, and then the final one was a headshot as she backflipped in the air, no wing assist, and fired. She landed as elegantly as any noble lady, the grace she believes in and the soundlessness worthy of her station as a Namikaze kunoichi. She was panting, but clearly nervous as she awaited her brother's response. His face was unreadable to her. Yet he didn't speak, he moved. Naruto stepped up beside his sister, and in one smooth motion, brought her into a gentle embrace. It surprised her enough that she dropped her bow but still heard his whispered words. "Well done, Hanabi. I'm proud of you." Cradled softly against his chest, Hanabi teared up as she hugged him back. Her brother was proud of her. Everyone always said he was. Tenten's knowing smile when she handed her the book on this world's modern archery. Choji when he gave her the discarded kunai. Hana when she smirked at taught her how to braid the medical strings. Kuratsuchi when they were forging the components. Guren's helping hand when they were stringing it all together. When they finished it inside the fabrication station too, and Choji gave her the steel arrows he worked on. But here and now, hearing her brother tell her he was proud of her. Hanabi had no shame in sniffling into his chest, safely wrapped up in his warmth. She did it! Naruto had the goofiest smile right now. He didn't bother to hide it. Watching his little firecracker growing before him is awesome. The way she flipped and moved, her thick twin plaited blonde hair tied back and reached down her back, flowed like a tail and did not hinder her movement or block her vision. She moved like a hunter, struck like a snake, and with the silence of an owl. After some time, Hanabi had calmed down and the two were sitting and inspecting the bow of her creation. As your promise. Naruto didn't look at the imperfections, but rather where she was going with it. There were stress points, naturally, as this metal was leftover scraps likely from discarded kunai. But the premise was there, intent too, so now how to push this forward? With a nod, he finally spoke. You did great on this, Hanabi, truly a work of art. But it's so inconsistent and kind of. Hanabi began, but Naruto cut her off. You forged it from scratch and with scraps left over, yet this is a fully functional piece of equipment. Be proud, Hanabi. She gained the faintest hue of pink to her cheeks and nodded slowly, so he continued. I see where you were going with these sealing arrays. Practical and assistive. I haven't taught you how to synchronize seals like this, my bad. I've been busy and should have. It's fine, Nisama. Hanabi informed with a smile. She knew how busy he's been and the work he's done, so honestly she isn't upset much. With a sigh, Naruto nodded and spoke. Regardless, this is something that I will record and we can build upon. I am sure there are others who'd prefer this kind of weapon. He looks up from the bow and to his sister, then asked softly. If that is okay with you? Her crystal blue eyes gleamed in gratitude. Nodding once, Hanabi returned. Yes, Nisama. This was me living up to your mission. If others want to, then they can. I will just keep pushing further ahead. Her determination was a mirror of his own, recalling his younger, naive self as if sitting beside the younger of the two. All she was missing was that stupid grin of his. So, with a soft chuckle, Naruto provided that old grin and replied. You've grown, Hanabi. With a huff, Hanabi's hands rested against her hips while she looked away in faux annoyance. Of course I have, Anai-sama. I'm not a little kid anymore. She still caught his soft smile, that pulled on her heart, and amended quickly, but not hurried. She has a reputation to maintain after all. But I will always be your little sister, right? Yeah, you will. Naruto replied softly. The smile shifted and her own heart settled. That was close, she almost lost her Anai-sama there. Half an hour later. The regular morning exercise session was starting soon and most of those who took part were heading over toward Training Ground 3 as scheduled, but something on the wind stopped the fallen among them. Tagaki, one of the longest-serving Grigori fallen of 6 wings, was the first to rush off toward Training Ground 1. The others, Hata, Imai, Motiki, Wada, and Nishiki, followed suit with Zenovia, Goru, Issei, and Miki shortly afterwards. Genturu saw this and ran to catch up too. When they arrived, they found their physical instructors watching a spar, and they then saw something that left them all surprised. Shifting her head side to side, evading the 1-2 lightning blasts her Anai-sama calls punches, Hanabi retaliates with a side kick that he blocks and tries to grab, but she pulls back, spinning on her heel, switches leg, and launches a kick from the other side. Naruto twirls around the kick, then launches his own, that his sister ducks beneath smoothly and gets into strike range, her Byakugan flaring as she thrusts both palms forward. Knocking both the arms of the attack downwards with one arm, Naruto then palm slaps his sister's stomach, and a pulse of chakra later sends her tumbling backwards. He pursues mercilessly, no emotion in his expression. After the third roll, Hanabi flips back onto her feet and ducks aside from the flying kick, and retaliates with a 6-point Hyuga strike, that he evaded, but she flows with him, and the two engage in a rapid, aggressive close-range bout of fists, palms, and the sneaky knee strikes. To the Nightwings, Hanabi is rapidly approaching high Chunin to low Jonin. To the non-Nightwings, those that can keep up, this was amazing. To the Grigori, close-range combat isn't even considered, as you could just blast your enemies from afar and be done with it. This made it clear that the Nightwings saw things differently. Miki and Goru, previously heroes, watched in silent amazement. Hanabi seemed like such a refined young lady, yet here in this spar against the leader of the Nightwings she looked detached, and somehow menacingly efficient in hand-to-hand combat. Issei, Genturu, and Zenovia were openly amazed, not that the former exorcist showed it, at the level Hanabi was fighting at. Genturu and Zenovia have seen Naruto fight before, to various degrees, and know he is not to be taken lightly. Yet, Hanabi seems to be holding her own from what they could glimpse. "Time!" was shouted by an unfamiliar feminine voice, and both combatants froze instantly as if someone had just hit pause. Those watching saw the shock waves in the air it caused, and the instant the two stopped being fighters and back to their respective personas. Naruto grinned proudly and nodded as he claimed, Yes, definitely high Chunin. A bit more and you'll get to Jonin in no time." Hanabi beamed like the sunrise, nodding once upon remembering others were here, and instantly reined herself back into her professional demeanor of a noble lady, along with her tone. "Thank you, Nisama." Naruto rolled his eyes at that switch, but said nothing to admonish her and instead ruffled her hair playfully, getting her to scowl briefly after the act. He knew it was hollow, she knew it was hollow, but she had to, or she'd do something uncool like smile stupidly. With the sibling bond firmly secure, Naruto looks over at the crowd, but more importantly the snake mistress, and asked, "So we agree?" Chuckling deeply, Anko tightened her folded arms as she licked her lips, then spoke. "Damn firecracker is a real spitfire, so yeah. Clean and precise. A different kind of grace to what I'm usually accustomed to, but it fits her." Toshi confirmed with a nod. A slight grin accompanied it. "Tyke's got guts and drive, the will to not concede ground," Kuratsuchi began as she stepped forward, her grin defiant as she finished. "She's got so much potential, it makes me giddy to see what else she'll do." Abruptly, Naruto brought Hanabi into a one-armed hug against his chest and bellowed, "Of course she has! She's my baby sister. Her potential is limitless." Hanabi had never been so embarrassed by praise. Her cheeks were burning hot, but also, she didn't fight to break free of her Anai-sama. "Damn it, Anai-sama," she whispered softly. "You're so embarrassing, Anai-sama." He chuckled along with Kuratsuchi, who had a shit-eating grin at the flustered state of the younger Kunoichi. Naruto, though, looked to the other person present and asked, "So, Elise, what's your assessment?" All eyes followed his and to the woman who stepped forward once, sharply. None of the non-Nightwings had seen before, beside Tagaki, but wore the standard Nightwing camouflage print undersuit, no flak jacket, boots, and the insignia on her arm as she reported. "In truth, Lord Naruto, I doubt many human opponents have the capacity to withstand Lady Hanabi's wrath." Naruto nodded, so she continued. "The only problem I could possibly foresee is ranged combat. However, I assume that is already covered, so it is a moot point." The Nightwings all nod, knowing that, and so Naruto replied, "Yeah, it is. Thank you for pointing it out, Elise." Elise bowed, promptly and dutifully, before stepping back silently. Though the secret seraph noticed the gazes of the outsiders still on her and sighed. He then gestured her forward and she responded instantly, reaching his side promptly. Naruto, still pinning Hanabi to his side, gestured to the woman who stood at 5'11", ginger-orange hair and twin braids down her back, scattered freckles across her nose and under her light green eyes atop alabaster skin. She introduced herself on that gesture. "Forgive my late introduction. My name is Elise Ward. Intelligence Department, Security Division, formerly of the Hero Faction." She bowed crisply, her lean build being showcased in the act as she rose smoothly as she finished. "It is a pleasure to meet you all." Many of the others returned the gesture, but both Goro and Mickey frowned as they stepped forward. The Hayate matriarch asked, "Miss Elise, what caused you to abandon the Hero Faction?" Elise's flinch was missed by most, but not either of the former heroes or the shinobi as she spoke. "Difference of opinion, ma'am. Is that so?" Goro asked lowly, and the warden of the Nightwings just nodded singularly and sharp enough to cut steel. Elise then added, "I have been granted the duties of maintaining order within the intelligence department here, which is why I am somewhat scarce around the village. I ask for your forgiveness for not introducing myself sooner." "They didn't threaten you or anything?" Mickey asked softly, getting risen brows from everyone present but Issei and Genshiro for asking that so plainly bold. Considering Naruto is standing right beside Elise. The former hero captain just shook her head and reported, "No, ma'am." Mickey nodded with a cautious smile, though Goro looked unconvinced as the silence dragged on. Anko broke it. "So, Foxy-kun, what's the plan for today?" Naruto, unfazed by the name, responded smoothly. "Well, I just finished my assessment of Hanabi's growth. Thus we're going to get to our intelligence briefing before our situation update." He paused, looking over the non-Nightwing fallen once, then added, "Toshi, go get Chojuro and maybe Choji to test out your trainees, beside Tagaki, and see if they are up to our field standards yet." Toshi nodded sharply and replied, "At once, leader." There is an excited ripple of murmur from the Grigori cadets at finally earning their jackets and serving alongside the legends themselves as full-fledged members. All the Nightwings, beside Hanabi, chuckled at their eagerness, remembering how they themselves felt just prior to their graduation tests. It was a bittersweet feeling for them all. Kyoto, Osada's motel. A knock on the door foretold of its parting, revealing Isuri Yoshinori, one of Yasaka's aides and silver-furred Sanbai Kitsune, who bowed promptly before she spoke. Lady Gremory, good morning. I have been instructed to show you to the diplomatic suite in the Four Seasons Hotel where you will be situated for the remainder of your stay with us. With a slow nod, understanding that her little escapade is now being elevated to diplomatic status, Venelana replied. I see. Very well, can you meet us downstairs in an hour? I need to get everyone up and packed. Isuri nodded dutifully and bowed her head lightly in response. Very well. We shall await your arrival in the reception area. With that established, Isuri led both Aoi and Izuhara back down to the front of the motel to leave the devil delegation to gather up. As for Venelana, she returns inside to get her group moving again. This trip has had its first real move forward and they have to capitalize on it before the day is up. Thankfully, it only took 45 minutes for everyone to collect their stuff, sealed away in magical dimensions, and prepared to go. To the surprise of the devils, when they reached the front of the motel, they found a mixed squad of kitsune, for including Isuri, 2 bear yukai, 2 angels of heaven, a Valkyrie, and a Nightwing team waiting for them. It was quite the escort group. Yet the air shifted when Rovo Phoenix appeared and the 4 Nightwings stared at him, clearly and openly appraising him, which put the devils on alert. Though their leader, the same one who caught the devils before, looked to Isuri, Maki stated. If you would, Isuri-san. Isuri inclined her head briefly before turning to the devils and explained. We of the Twilight Alliance are granting you this opportunity in accordance with international diplomatic obligations. Please be respectful and remember that you are guests. Seeing them all nod, she finished with a light bow and soft, diplomatic smile. Then, welcome to the Yukai district of Kyoto, ladies and gentlemen. As the group headed back into the district once more, the devils found themselves among the formation and didn't really know what to think. Here they found members of different factions working as a unified team. They even had a Norse Valkyrie among them, and they are typically neutral in most their dealings. Maybe that's why she is here. To act as a moderator or neutral oversight. That would make sense. Behind the Gremory matriarch in the front, Rias whispered to her friend Sona. Is it me, or did things just shift against us? Nodding discreetly, while keeping her gaze flowing over the various characters escorting them, Sona replied just as lowly. You are not wrong, Rias. The fact that both types of angels are here together without them shooting at one another is a massive disadvantage already. Rias nodded, though spotted how stiff her queen was and lightly tapped her arm, drawing attention as she asked. Will you be okay, Akino? With a clearly diplomatic smile, Akino nodded and replied. Hi, Rias, I will be fine. Liar. Kaneko whispered, getting an amused smirk from the redhead, and raised brow from the hybrid and nothing from the knight. Kiba was eyeing up the various angels, checking out their swords to see if any had Excaliburs like the cadre did. Tsubaki wanted to address him, but his whole aura was rather cold right now and decided to talk to him later. Just as they reached the hotel, a group of 3 fallen women can be seen rushing past on foot, as flying is restricted within the district, and Maki, seeing them, called out. Abigail-san, please don't run without. Sorry, Maki-chan, but we need to meet with Lord Naruto and running late. Abigail replied as they passed by and got a sigh from the former Suna Kunoichi. After which, Maki replied, Good luck. Abigail waved back as she continued on towards the Imperial Palace, leaving the former Suna Kunoichi whispered words to slip into the wind. I doubt he'll say no, but still. The other Nightwings nodded, the Kitsune too, but Aoi, the black bear Yukai, asked. Captain Maki, are they? Later. Maki cut her off, turning back to the path and returning to the hotel, but the devils were all clearly intrigued. Lady Phoenix voiced. Captain, are you saying that? This way please, Lady Devil. Maki cut her off, already moving off and not entertaining what they have likely figured out. Yet Venelana whispered lowly. The Nightwings are recruiting. This was perfect. If the 6th Legion has accepted devils, then surely they might be convinced that the 1st Legion, who already have Yukai members, could be expanded too. They should have the capability and logistics for it. Then again, they are guests, so maybe just lay the groundwork for future discussions. Jinjugaku no Haisaido, Medical Center. A knock on the doorframe caused the Inuzuka matriarch to glance up and stiffen, not out of fear but recognition. Leaning against the doorframe was her leader that she had been tactically vague with for a little while. He smiled, catching the motion. Naruto whispered, "You've been avoiding me." Hana did not respond to that. Looking back down at the graphs and supply manifests she didn't even try to read. She noticed he had taken a chair and approached with just enough noise to keep her from tensing too much. Placing the chair down, he sat down with casual indifference that seemed more forced than natural. After a few moments of silence, Naruto broke it with a softness she wasn't expecting. "I wanted to talk, Hana. Not as a Kage, not even as pack leader, but as me." Acknowledging his words for a moment silently, Hana returned with a matching tone and gentleness not typically associated with her. "You already said enough last time?" He didn't react, not physically, but she sensed the shift instinctively even with her eyes glued to the chats and so added, "You told us to wait. You told me to wait. You told me no." Again, he did not deny the allegations. Naruto isn't a liar by nature, not to his precious people at least. He did wait for her breathing to stabilize before he responded. "I did, and I hate how much it hurt you, Hana." He saw her jaw tighten but continued on. "That one of my decisions, regardless of the practical consequences, cost you something you've wanted since before all of this happened." Sighing like a Nara, long and loudly causing Hana to refrain from chiding him for lack of hunting grace, Naruto whispered softly, a half-smile tugging his lips. "You were right, it isn't fair. But I couldn't risk it. Risk losing any of you. So you get to decide for everyone?" She snipped back quietly, a light growl slipping in at the end without meaning to, and yet, her eyes never looked up. Naruto's voice remained low, almost breathless. "No, I had to decide for the village, Hana. That's my job." That finally broke her stillness, gritted teeth as she finally lifted her eyes to meet his gaze, angry, glistening as she hissed. "And what about us, huh? About the pack? About me?" Naruto let out another long, weighted sigh that she wanted to hit him for as he smiled faintly, but the tiredness was there as he spoke. "Hana Heisa Inuzuka, that when things settle down a bit, I promise to help you with your dream. Not because you're a member of my pack, or because it's owed to you, but because I want you to have that dream, the way you give me mine." Hana held his gaze for a long moment, not judging his words. She knew he meant everything he said, doubly so using her middle name, but ensuring that she memorized it. After that had passed, her shoulders slumped, and she whispered, "You really are impossible to win against." Naruto chuckled lightly, softly and knowing as he whispered back, "Maybe, but isn't that why you follow me?" Hana huffed, somewhere between a growl and a laugh, as she folded her arms beneath her bust and leant back in her seat while she replied, "Just don't make me wait too long, please." He smiled warmly, then offered, "Wouldn't dare to. You know where I sleep." She snorted lightly, softly, and like the lady they knew she wasn't. As she muttered about damn straight, Naruto stood up while he announced, "Now, we have to get ready." Instinctively climbing to her feet in time with him, Hana asked, "Ready for what?" She hadn't seen that grin of his since back during the war. It was peak predatory and unnervingly fierce. "Oh, it seems the pack is going hunting," she mused mentally as if a schoolgirl crushing on a boy she secretly loved. Naruto's answer was curt. "A hunt, of course. Come, we have a meeting to attend." He extended a hand that she took immediately, when suddenly he pulled her into his chest and hugged her tightly. It caught her off guard and she stiffened, until his warmth and scent enveloped her, forcing her to relax into his chest. His hands softly flowed up and down her back soothingly. After a moment, Naruto whispered beneath a breath, "I never go back on my word, nor do I ever plan on breaking a promise to you. Okay." She nodded into his chest, just absorbing his presence after being separate for what feels like months. It was good to be home again, she mused. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Appearing from a magic circle before the steps of the palace, Naruto, Shikamaru, Kuratsuchi, and Hana were all met by Azazel, Benamian, and Baraquiel, as expected. What was not, however, were three familiar faces among them in the form of Abigail, Serena, Rainier, and Calawarna. Azazel broke the silence. "Brat, these four lovely ladies are looking for an official transfer like Sicaria's a little bit ago. What do you say?" Naruto and his companions scanned over the four briefly, before they shared looks in a silent conversation. After about a minute of this, Kuratsuchi grinned while twirling back to them and announced, "Funny thing is, we are currently putting the other fallen we have back at base through selection as we speak." That got blinks from the crowd. Azazel grinned at the irony and probed, "Oh, something you want to tell us about?" "Not really," Shikamaru drawled, but Naruto looked to the four in question, particularly Calawarna, and informed, "Not that I doubt your sincerity at this point, but you all will have to go through intense physical and mental assessments to determine if you are capable. Are you sure about this?" All four nodded, and he returned it, then added, "We have a meeting now, feel free to tag along and we'll take you back with us. We'll see if you can earn your jackets with the others." All four smirk or giggle suggestively, getting discreet sighs from the Nightwings, but they moved into the palace towards the war room, their fellow fallen following afterwards. Within the meeting room, Azazel was sitting at the head and looking over Naruto, sitting on his left with Kuratsuchi and Shikamaru. Benamian and Baraquiel sat on his right, looking to one another as serious as ever. Its maid Abigail, Serena, Rainier, and Calawarna standing at the back swallow spit, their eyes flowing over them. Hana stood at Naruto's side, prim and proper in her uniform, yet something around her was primal. After a moment, the governor asked, "What do we know? What are the threats?" "The meeting, that is, will be interrupted by at least one hostile power," Naruto informed calmly, getting nods from the others, and so, Shikamaru then offered, "Our information tells us that the terrorist group, the one moving in the shadows, has been probing the area and looking for a staging ground." "For what purpose?" Baraquiel asked sternly, arms folded and voice stiff as he leans forward on the desk. Shikamaru replied easily as he dropped local maps and documents. "Likely to stage an attack, or to narrow down the search area. We also know that they have been attempting to find us too." "Do you know why?" Benamian asked. Seriousness matched the others. Naruto informed tightly, "We believe that they want to invite us to their cause or destroy us if we refuse." Azazel grunted, then the blonde added, "They lack accurate information on us, thankfully. Basically, they only have what the rogues had given them." With a frown, Azazel asked, "Have they located your place?" "No," Naruto and Shikamaru offered sharply, getting a stiff nod from the governor before he looks down at the other paperworks. After a moment, Azazel informed, "Okay, so, Artur has been engaged in conflicts in the northern region, thanks to the tip-off we got, and thus we have dispatched him additional forces." With a nod, Shikamaru asked, "Then, they won't be able to provide support for us here, right?" "Right." Azazel nodded firmly, though asked, "Will that be a problem?" "Hardly," Naruto replied with a shake of his head, though offered, "However, it may be a part of their plan. Especially seeing as they seem confident enough to split their forces into this war." His eyes sharpened as they cut across the Grigori, as he informed, "Make no mistake, we are at war with this multi-front organization that is trying to destroy our factions for their own goals. Goals that we still do not know about." Benamian added, to which they all nod, and Azazel grunted, then offered back, "In that case, we have to deal with this without revealing our hand. What's the plan then?" With a puff of smoke, a map of the wider Kyoto region appeared before the others, with Shikamaru already standing over it as he informed them. "A simple layered defense plan. The Yukai and 3rd Legion will hold the center, directly providing visible security for the event." "Why the 3rd? Benamian asked while pushing up her glasses, though was also happy that her people were getting some of the spotlight. Nodding, Shikamaru informed, "Beside the 1st, the 3rd is the most accepted of our fellows here, being the logical and calm ones of the lot." The leader of said legion smirked, adjusting her glasses while Naruto looked at her with a knowing expression, while Azazel chuckled and nodded too. Shikamaru continued his briefing. With the inner defense covered, the fourth will be in the middle ranks, maintaining a perimeter guard position. With your specialization in mid-range magic attacks, you can swiftly move back or forward to support either side. Barakwil nodded firmly and offered. Leave it to us. Which leads us to deal with the outer perimeter beyond the city. Shikamaru informed and got nods. Naruto explained. We'll split into 2 main squadrons. I will be leading one and Kuratsuchi the other. Each side will be backed up by parts of the 2nd Legion, just in case the enemy misses us. How many are you fielding? Azazel asked, brow arched and face stern. Naruto informed smoothly. I will be fielding my protection detail. Kuratsuchi will be ready with her own. Blinking at that, Azazel asked with a brow arched. You both have protection details? Unofficially. Shikamaru informed with a lazy shrug, though in truth they should just make it official and not have to explain it constantly. Benamian asked. So 2 teams of 7? 8 if you include us too. Naruto confirmed with a nod, the others nod along so Azazel responded. In that case, I will leave it to you all. Leave the politics to us. After a moment, likely to run over her hundreds of thoughts as usual, Benamian began slowly. How about? All eyes looked to her thoughtful expression, then she continued. We bring in a few additional legions. Perhaps, from the lower legions. You know, the ones others wouldn't notice being moved. Shikamaru, Kuratsuchi, and Hana looked thoughtful themselves now while Naruto met Benamian's orange eyes with blue slit. They stared, a silent conversation between them. Azazel and Barakwil's gaze flowed between them, noticing its intensity. But before they could ask, Naruto spoke again. I trust you have already selected them. Adjusting her glasses, they catch the light and a knowing gleam. Benamian responded crisply with a tight grin. You know me well, considering our past. Naruto's grin matched hers as he responded. What can I say? Your personality is magnetic. What you got? Legions 41st, 112 ND, 121st, 222nd, and maybe 301st just in case. Benamian explained as a new file appeared in her delicate hands and handed it over to the blonde. As the others peeked over at the file, Naruto glanced over the paperwork and asked, Why have you sidelined the 32nd? Too arrogant. Benamian waved off easily, causing Calawarna to smirk and nod, her thoughts back in the underworld. The orange-eyed cadre continued. They have the numbers, their skill is mediocre at best, but they would parade the fact that they fought with the 1st Legion until the devils know your patrol patterns. Kuratsuchi snorted, Shikamaru muttered troublesome, Azazel sighed, and Naruto nodded, then stated. Got it. In that case, we change up the plan and keep our talents hidden for a lot longer. Everyone in the know nodded, those not raised brows. Naruto then looked to Shikamaru with a grin, then spoke. So, what do you think? With these numbers, things should be believable. Shikamaru explained, already plotting the new plan. Naruto nodded, but Kuratsuchi interjected. This is our territory, though. We have to be seen. That's true. Naruto, Benamian, and Azazel commented in unison. The governor nodded, then added. Intersperse your forces as squad leaders for the mixed units. Should work. And manage the untrained group, keeping the coordination in line with what we normally use. Shikamaru agreed with a nod, planning things out, and so Naruto glanced to those 4 who wanted in and then added. We can use the auxiliary group to bolster numbers too. Azazel raised a brow and asked. Auxiliary group? Kuratsuchi leaned back with a grin while she spoke. He means those strays we picked up in Yamanashi. The ones being tested. Azazel nodded, understanding, then Benamian asked. What about the 2-gear users? Naruto shook his head then replied. Not ready yet. Besides, you have not told me about the missing pieces to that dark dragon gear. She nodded then explained. We have them. I need to fish them out from the stores. Got sidetracked with the Fallen Grace testing. How'd that go? Well, no issues in use. Benamian informed crisply, getting a hum from Naruto, who asked, "When are we getting the data packet?" "As soon as I have a moment to blink," Benemune replied smoothly, and then responded, "Though I am still waiting on that thing you promised. It'll be ready by next week's end." Naruto replied, instantly waving her and her knowing smirk off in the same hand motion. Then he asked back, "You also seem to have forgotten about." "I have not." Benemune cut him off smooth as silk, tone soft, and smile telling something between them. As she leaned back, she added, "You have just been too busy with Snow White to respond to my correspondence. I've seen the pictures." Naruto snorted, chuckling lightly as he added, "Come now, Benemune, jealousy doesn't suit you. We're still good for—" "Naturally," Benemune commented, cutting him off again as she adjusted her glasses and they grinned as if they were in each other's head. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi leaned into Shikamaru and asked, "Is it me or troublesome?" The Nara muttered and she nodded, in total agreement. Azazel and Baraquil shared side glances and nodded. Those two were definitely flirting. Abigail and Serena had matching grins of the sultry intent. This was juicy. Rainier glanced at Calawarna's calm expression and could tell she was not liking this interaction in the slightest. Well, considering that she had been obsessed over the blonde cadre all this time, it's to be expected. A knock on the door drew attention, drawing eyes to Katarina and Yasaka entering the room. Azazel nodded as he stood, leading his cadres in the motion as he greeted. "Lady Yasaka, thank you for coming." The Kyuubi nodded, glancing around at the collection of fallen angels, the leaders of this reformed Grigori, a strict military force under the group their governor-general, an actual general of a military. As Katarina took a seat beside Benemune, smirking sweetly as the two nodded, then looked to Naruto and gave a wink that caused him to chuckle silently. Though Benemune did roll her eyes playfully. Yasaka caught the interaction but said nothing as she stood over the table, then asked seemingly to the room, "What brings half the commanders of the Grigori's top legions to my humble abode?" "Humble, huh? Then we live in squalor," Kuratsuchi muttered, though Shikamaru nor Naruto could not suppress their smirks entirely. A few grins, including a sharper brief one from Yasaka, though Azazel added, "Well, Lady Yasaka, seems we have some party crashers coming to say hello without an invitation. We were planning out our reception." Nodding herself, Yasaka's golden eyes gleamed in predatory excitement, while she asked, "Oh, I hope it is a grand occasion." The grins shared between the fallen in the room all but confirmed that it was in fact a grand occasion. Azazel commented firmly, "Oh, Yasaka, it will be a grand one and show the world the Yukai are protected. The Grigori is about to remind them exactly how dangerous we can be." It was an hour-long briefing of an execution for the fools believing Kyoto was undefended. Jinjigaku no Haisaido, teleportation room. When the light died down, Elise bowed stiffly and spoke immediately. "Lord Naruto, prisoner 247 has requested your presence." Naruto hummed, recalling who that was, then spoke as he stepped off the magic circle. "Ah, the cat. What did Anko say?" "Lady Anko has been rather displeased," Elise informed blankly, moving in step with her master as he reached the room's exit and completely ignoring the others. She added, "She insists that I allow her further access to prisoner 247, and I have not permitted as per the rules had entrusted to me by you, master." Now standing in the corridor, shadow on one side, leading down into the darkness, and the light on the other, up into the surface, Naruto offered back. "Tell Anko to speak to me if she disobeys you again. Keep things civil, but if you must, then I grant you permission to use your gear." Elise bowed, stiffly and sharply, before she replied, "Thank you, Lord Naruto." A simple nod was Naruto's response before both parties went in opposite directions, though only Hana, Kuratsuchi, and Shikamaru moved after him immediately and unbothered. The others, Abigail, Serena, Rainier, and Calawarna, looked after the human with confusion on their faces. Abigail whispered with a tight expression, "That was a human." "Apparently," Serena replied slowly and calmly, before moving off after the others. The group moved after the legends and hoped quietly they would never face that fate. Jinjugaku no Hi-Saido, Central Plaza. Abigail, Serena, Rainier, and Calawarna stepped out of the tall gray circular, three-tiered building known as Night Tower, and were taken aback by the simple grace of the small village. They had expected a high-tech, military-style base of operation of the most disciplined soldiers of the fallen, and yet it felt more like a picturesque town of the Shinto of a bygone era. Nothing about it suggested, or even hinted at, Special Forces headquarters. Besides the many people walking around in uniform, not that many were. Plenty of trees dotted the place. The buildings beyond the plaza seemed to incorporate the forest around them, and not cutting them down. Speaking of the plaza, there was 4 buildings that surrounded the central tower, 3 offices and a larger warehouse between the roads that head in each cardinal direction. Each had a symbol upon it they would later find out to be Kumo's lightning, Kiri's water, Suna's wind, and the warehouse had Iwa's stone. Abigail, Serena, Rainier, and Calawarna were broken from their thoughts by a sultry call-out. Man meat! What the hell? Naruto sighed hard, wondering why she had to call him that as he turned from his discussion with the now amused Yoshi, looking behind the 4 new arrivals as he spoke. Anko, are you being serious right now? From behind the 4 newbies slipped Anko, part playful, part annoyed, as she spoke. It's your fault. That doll of yours told me to speak to you if I am displeased. So here I am, displeased. Naruto rolls his eyes as she leans forward, hand on hips, but he responded dryly. The fact that the kitten isn't in Lab 3, like I asked her to be, tells me that someone disobeyed my instructions. So tell me, Anko, who did not follow my orders? Anko suddenly sobered up, straightened her posture, and played innocent with a tilted head. With her best eye flutter, she asked. You know I would never. Perhaps I can search for the miscreant and deliver the cat there for you, yeah? Yoshi chuckled with a grin, hands on hip, though Hana sighed through her nose at the sight of her friend's swift turnaround. Naruto just muttered something even Anko would not repeat, before letting out a tight breath, then addressed her. I will overlook the whole affair, if you take those 4 to Chojuro for evaluation. See if they can keep pace. We have some combat coming up and I'd rather not have rookies messing up in our colors. Anko blinked at that, before turning back and seeing Abigail, Serena, Rainier, and Calawarna standing there, somewhat obviously out of place. Her grin widened as she took notice of their unease and a dark chuckle slipped out. It was halted by the male throat clearing at her back and she turned back, face picture perfect of innocence as she asked. What? Yoshi chuckled again, low and barely audible. Hana face palmed, and Naruto just nodded in the direction of Training Ground 3 and ordered. Go on and get. Before I do something you will regret. Anko stuck her tongue out before looking to the foursome and cheered. Okay bitches! With me! Chaj-kun is this way! She walks off and the 4 fallen follow, but Calawarna glances back at Naruto. Their eyes met and he nodded subtly, so she moves faster to catch up with the group with far more confidence than a moment ago. After a moment, Hana, who caught the subtle motion, asked, What was that about? A slight case of obsessive fixation. Naruto answered in a sigh, glancing to his pack's matriarch briefly, then up to his office window in the tower ahead of him. He finished. You know, the usual stuff. Yoshi chuckled as her arms folded and added. Only our pack leader could say something like that and not get dismissed. Hana glanced to her, but Naruto sighed again before he commented. Yeah well. I have to be careful not to abuse it. I trust you. Both Hana and Yoshi responded in unison, causing the blonde to chuckle with a soft smile. Naruto whispered gently. Thanks guys. Kyoto, 4 Seasons Hotel, Diplomatic Suite. The diplomatic suite within the 4 Seasons Hotel was nothing short of a 2-floor penthouse with the finest of decor at the very top of the building. While the Ryokan style isn't what the devils are used to, it was elegant enough for the ladies to nod and accept it. Paper screens, cedar beams, and black stone floors, that were heated to a gentle perfection, allowed the seamless integration of more modern human accessories. The devils could all sense the subtle talismans interwoven into the structure, though what unnerved the younger devils was how the place felt more like a temple than a hotel suite. Even Rias lowered her voice when spotting a small ritual alcove with a miniature shrine to Tsukuyomi in the corner in the lower floor. The only one unaffected by most was Kaneko, of Rias's peerage, though Venelana glanced around at what wasn't seen for a longer time than her fellows. While everyone else was on the second floor, unpacking and settling in, the Gremry matriarch explored the lower sections. The main lounge was the centerpiece and entryway. A spacious tatama floor chamber that had a panoramic view of Kyoto's skyline, with comfortable seating and natural lighting. Parting the large open shoji, sliding it away, reveals a private zen garden balancing with a waterfall that doubles as a natural sound barrier for more private talks. Next, Venelana found a small side office that seemed to hold subtle noise suppression talismans within the walls and notes on certain seals etched into the wooden desk. Each magical seal had a note to tell her what each one did. A communication system between them and various yokai divisions around the city. The devil noticed that only 2 of the small seals were illuminated and labeled, Lady Okada and Lady Okino Kozukura, commander of the yokai ground forces, and diplomatic liaison respectively. The others were not powered and likely led to various council members but are unavailable for her to use. A subtle reminder that they are being tolerated for diplomacy's sake. Returning to the main area, Venelana finds herself appreciative of the beauty-serving practicality ideal the yokai maintain. Serorg's discussion with his peerage showed that folding partitions double as reinforced barrier. Lady Citri and Phoenix noted the tatami had magic in them, and Roval confirmed the magic dampening effect they seemed to have. That limits their capabilities to come and go via transportation, true, but also protects them without making them uncomfortable. Well, any more uncomfortable than they already were. After everyone regrouped in the main lounge again, Venelana spoke with them all as Akino and Lady Agars prepared and served tea. Now then, we have reached a basic understanding of our situation. They all nod, so she continued softly. I will be speaking with Lady Okino shortly to discuss the teleportation systems and negotiations about summoning Surzex and Sarah Fall directly. In the meantime, you all will have free rein to explore a bit more, see if you can find out any information we could use. More nods, so Venelana stressed gently. Be sure, however, to be discreet. No sneaking around. Stay overt and visible. Listen but do not listen in. We have diplomatic passes now, so we will be left to our own devices, but there are limits. The church district is off limits. Do not approach the main shrine or imperial palace lightly. More nods, and so she finished. There are angels, exorcists, and fallen angels all over. Any of them would love to start trouble. Do not give them that chance. Let the yokai deal with them. Or the Nightwings. Serorg commented lowly, getting a nod from his aunt. Venelana added. Yes, exactly. It is clear that they have this whole city under watch, so act like they are watching you. Do not give them any attention or reason to act. We are guests, remember that. Again, the gathering of young devils and their ladies all nod in understanding. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Night Tower. Naruto sits in his office, for the first time in what seems like forever, flanked by Hana, Cheyenne and Hanabi. Standing before him was their first recruit to the Grigori ranks, Zenobia Quarta. She was also one of the first to complete the testing phase Chojuro has been in charge of running all day. As a human still, the flying portions were waved off, and her skills were put to the test. The former exorcist was no shinobi, but she is defiantly capable. Thus, before the Bluenet retrieves her vest officially, Naruto spoke softly. You know why you are here, Zenobia? Swallowing nervously, the former church member nodded, so he added. I'm not going to bore you with a fancy speech about loyalty, yada 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 yada. Standing, hands behind his back as he steps around his desk, Naruto asked. But I will ask you this question. After this, there is no going back, so are you sure? With a swift nod, loaded with confidence, Zenobia reported. I am Lord Naruto. His eyebrow twitched. Hana barely even attempted to hide the smirk. Cheyenne smiled, though Hanabi nodded her approval. Zenobia did well to mask her own amusement at her teacher's irritation with formal address. After a heavy sigh, Naruto reveals the fallen grace piece he was holding. A priest piece, yet unlike the others, this one had a blue tint with a slight golden hue. With his future subordinate's eyes glued to it, he explained. This is a Flight 3 Fallen Grace priest piece. Zioniva's brown eyes finally meet his blue as she asked. Flight 3? With a half smirk, Naruto informed. Well, the prototypes were all used up to make us, the Nightwings. The Flight 1s came from Azazel, using the experience with us to refine the idea. They worked sometimes. Hannah snorted but was ignored as he continued. Flight 2, we dismantled his Flight 1s and refined it. Made it safe and reliable. Split it into 5 defined pieces. Naruto lifts up an hand then counts. Deacon, priest, bishop, archbishop, and cardinal. Zenobia gaped, recognizing the ranks easily enough, and Naruto nodded, then explained. Each one has a similar purpose to the church ranking system, yes. He shrugged and then grinned, leaning against his desk as he added. Figured they'd hate it. They would. Zenobia confirmed softly and with a nod, no hesitation. Chuckling, Naruto lifted the piece again then informed. This is a Flight 3. Our most recent and refined version of the Fallen Grace system, with a slight adjustment. We've matched it to you, and you alone. Huh! Zenobia's elegant reply as she was caught off guard by such a statement. Chuckling again, with a smile, Naruto reported. You have shown remarkable progress, Zenobia. After everything you've been through, you still push, strive to do better. With a gentle toss into the air, then a catch, Naruto caught the piece as he met her gaze and stated. This is our way of showing that we've noticed your efforts, and our thank you for choosing us. For trusting us. He pushes off the desk and approaches her as she bows her head, but he stops her, hand on shoulder, as he asked. So, do you want to take your second step with us, Zenobia Quarta? To become a fallen angel? Not just in body, spirit, but in soul too? This is not an easy thing to. Will I be welcomed here still, Lord Naruto? Zenobia asked simply, almost flat, and when he nods, she continued. Lady Gabriel said that you would look after me. You have given me water, bread, and board. Guided me on this path. I want to keep going, Lord Naruto. If you would let me. Her determination was ironclad, will unbroken, and Naruto could do nothing but grin while channeling his magic into the piece. As the sparks began to hum across the checkers piece, Naruto finally spoke. Here I thought pretty speeches wouldn't happen here. In that case, this piece will do as you will. That is what the Fallen Grace is all about. You want to join us, prove it to yourself and us by using it to become a fallen angel. Zenobia nodded as the slight hum from his golden lightning magic sizzled across the small object. Her eyes hardened as she reached for it, but he pulled it back and said, This is my next step, Lord Naruto. Zenobia insists, meeting his eyes fiercely and determined. After a few moments, Naruto allows her to take the piece and step back to allow her space. The former exorcist was somewhat startled that the lightning magic did not shock her on contact with the small piece of destiny made manifest. It hummed and tingled, but nothing beyond that, and gave her the most curious feeling. Eventually, Zenobia channeled her own magic into the piece and felt the change begin. Slowly, the group watched as the magic began to react and her body began to illuminate lightly while a magic circle appeared at her feet. An hour later, Naruto was sitting at his desk as the late afternoon light streaming through the panoramic view of the front part of the village, the lighting office down on the right, the stone warehouse on the left with the main entrance to the small village nestled among the trees in the near distance. The Kage's office, which was reminiscent of the old shinobi villages and a subtle reminder of where they came from. With exception of a few, every shinobi remembers standing in an office similar to this one in their respective home villages. This one, however, sometimes whispered to be called the Mitsukage's office, is subtly influenced by their new fallen status with more ornate furnishings and yet still practical. Fine woods and upholstered seating and soft bare wooden wall panels that still hold the Kage level authority expected of the room's occupant's position. Despite that, there are still landscapes of all the 5 major villages hanging on the walls, along with Oni no Kuni's shrine, the hidden frost, the hidden snow, Nadeshiko, and the hidden star villages. To not forget them. In the center of the room stood the passing graduates into what will be considered the First Legion's auxiliary for the upcoming operation. Tagaki, Hada Imai, Motiki, Wada, and Nishiki. Off to the side, slightly apart, were the latecomers Serena, Abigail, Rainer, and Calawarna. All 4 looked a little worse for wear, but confident and still. Flanking the large, elegant desk at ease were Chojuro, Choji, Hana, Zenobia, Cheyenne, and Hanabi. All was quiet as the Kage was reading the reports presented by Chojuro. After far too long for most, Naruto placed the file down and looked over the 6 standing before him for a few moments. Clearly putting his thoughts in a line, he finally spoke. Tagaki, Motiki. You both have run missions alongside us prior to this assessment. Upon the 2 nods, he continued. Due to this, plus the assessment, you will be assigned as squad leaders as you were within Grigori beforehand. However, your stealth techniques will need to be improved before you can be granted higher level missions. Am I clear? Both 6-winged Fallen nod then reported in unison. Yes, sir. Good. Naruto replied before gesturing to the side with a nod. That left 4. Hada Imai, Wada, and Nishiki. After a moment, the Kage spoke again. As for you 4, your assessments show promise. Like your seniors, your stealth is not up to par, and you will need to improve this before going on full-scale missions. This is Special Forces after all. They all nodded, clearly nervous, but Naruto smirked as he announced. You 6 are all officially members of the First Legion, the Nightwings. All smirk and cheer, and Naruto allows them for a time. After about a minute, a throat clearing brought the attention back to the Kage as he added. Internally, though, you will be assigned to the auxiliary unit. Once your stealth gets up to par, you can then pick which unit you join. Imai was about to speak, but he raised a hand to halt her. Once she nodded, Naruto explained. The Nightwings are split into 5 companies. Lightning, fire, water, wind, and stone. They all have their specific roles within the hierarchy, but you will find out about that later. They all nod, so he stood up just as there was a large puff of smoke that covered the desk. When it cleared, 6 Nightwing issue vests were now laid out. While they all claimed their vests, Naruto looked to the 4 aside and spoke. Abigail, Serena, you 2 will be assigned to the fire company. Report to Shikamaru first thing in the morning down in the meeting room below this one. Both 8 wings nodded, so the Kage looked at the final 2 and spoke. Rainer, Calawarna, you both are assigned to the water company for the upcoming operation. After which, you will join the others in the auxiliary unit for further training. Calawarna's immediately responded, drew attention from Naruto, Rainer, and the sisters, Abigail and Serena. After the blonde's nod, she finished. What company do you belong to? Technically. Chojuro cut in, drawing attention to himself as he explained. Lord Mitsukuge stands atop all of them. On paper, he is a part of the fire company. He looks to the blonde then added. Which should probably be addressed, right? Probably. Naruto confirmed with a nod, then glancing back to the brunette, and informed. However, the auxiliary unit is the place where all the companies recruit from. So use it to build relationships with the various squad leaders from the different companies. You are now members of the First Legion. Remember that. Hi, Mitsukuge-sama. Naruto desperately tried to suppress the irritation of the formality, much to his veteran Nightwing's amusement. After a heavy breath out, he offered. Take the rest of the day off. Tabito has been informed, so go get drunk on the house. Cheers from the Nightwing's new auxiliary force. Hana cleared her throat, drawing attention as she informed. Please do not get too excited. We have an active operation tomorrow. It will be a joint operation with other legions, and you will be representing ours among them. Keep that in mind. They all nod, knowing that she is the leader of the medical unit of the Legion that even orders around their new boss. Not someone to take lightly, regardless of rank. Report 16. the Twin Fronts. Shinjuku no Haisaido, residential district. Dawn had not graced the sky when Naruto yawned awake. He stretched out his toes then legs discreetly but did not move beyond that, yet as nestled between his arms was his wife Ino. Considering the eventual engagement today, after he dismissed the group of new Auxiliary Legion members, Naruto came back to the residence of Ino to spend some time with her before the big battle. It was a movie evening, sat on the couch with snacks and cuddling. He was not ashamed, as he knows for a fact that Shikamaru, Choji, and even Kiba had the same idea, as he spotted their returns roughly the same time he did. No sign of Oma though. Now, he carefully untangles himself from his second trimester wife and headed into her shower room. Naruto wasn't surprised to hear her mental voice the moment he touched the handle. "Are you sure you can't stay a little longer, Whiskers? You know as well as I do the plan we have set up, Ino." Naruto replied in kind while he climbs into the shower. That she did. They went over it while snuggling all evening, and it was a far cry from their usual operations with cooperative efforts from multiple legions. Plus, they were operating in full view this time around. No doubt every intelligence asset left in the region will be watching. With a mental sigh, Ino replied, "Yeah, but it's so boring back here. I can't even watch it from inside all these barriers." Chuckling physically, Naruto starts drying out his hair and resists the urge to use his lighting to vaporize the water, again, before he responded. "We both know that you'll go through my memories after the fact." Again. "So patience is key." "I don't go through." Ino began but halted, feeling his mental raised eyebrow. She huffed, then replied, "Well, after that whole Samui situation, then the Shizuka situation. You know full well. Now this hussy with blue hair." Ino cut him off as he stepped out of the shower with only his undersuit bottoms. She had not moved from her place on the bed, not even opening her eyes, as if she was still asleep. Naruto whispered physically and mentally, "I love you too, Inoheim." She could not help smiling, despite her best efforts, and shifted so her face was in her lavender pillow covers. Her mental voice was low, barely above a whisper. "Idiot husband of mine." He chuckled at her antics, grabbing his combat uniform from the wardrobe that has been untouched recently. Black undersuit, dark chainmail atop, and a pocketed armored black Jonin vest. Armored forearm-length gloves, twin kunai pouch, and shuriken holder that has more ceiling tags than metal stars. As Naruto finished tightening his fingerless gloves, his eyes land on the final article within the wardrobe. In his honest opinion, the black trench coat is a bit much, and something only Shikamaru and Anko could pull off. Maybe Kuratsuchi. But him. "Husband dearest, I swear if you do not put that damn coat on I will." Ino's voice tumbled through his thoughts and got him to sigh in defeat. Naruto cut her off. "Fine, fine. I'll do it." Thus, he reaches for it, and in a flash, it was over his outfit, and the physical whistle sounded like it echoed, drawing his attention to the now sitting wife. As Ino's eyes up her husband, she mentally spirals and Naruto can barely keep up with anything forming. She whispered, seemingly to herself, "Oh, Commander, my commander." Her eyes were glossy, and Naruto knew at this point that he had lost her. Yep, there it was, the bit lip. With a sigh, Naruto grabbed his combat boots and whispered, "I love you," before he left the very much daydreaming woman to her fantasies. After putting on his boots at the entrance of the home, Naruto headed out in an uncanny unison with Shikamaru, Kiba, Genma, and Choji, with them all meeting in the road. The commander's staff both had their command trench coats on, both inspecting the other, but they all simply nodded and headed towards the exit. Reaching the cross-section, they came across Omo from the Lightning Street on the left side and Chojuro from the right side. He too had the command trenchcoat. Nods of acknowledgement were shared and the group moved off together. They had a war to win. Shinjuku no Haisaido, Breakfast Pavilion. As the commanders of the Nightwings sat around the map between them as they chowed down. Pointing to a clearing, Kiba stated, "It's clear that they are going to stage here, right?" "Most likely." Naruto confirmed with a nod, then stated, "Which is why we think they won't use it. What if we split the group up, Choji asked, but Shikamaru countered. Sorry, big guy, but we can't count on that. Our sensory net needs refinement. Oma muttered, but Naruto shook his head, swallowing the rice as he finished. Nah, it's fine. They are being careful, knowing that we would notice if they weren't. Troublesome, but likely. Shikamaru confirmed with a nod, then added. It's good though, means their leadership will be predictable. Professional soldiers are predictable. This world is filled with dangerous amateurs. How refreshing. Genma commented thoughtfully, then with a smirk that got matching ones from the others. With a flick of his senbon, he points to the map and added. My recommendations are there and there. If they're professional, that is. Shikamaru nodded, before looking up to the man and stating. Get some rest, Genma. We'll take this recon and put it to good use. The others nodded, thus Genma sighs and then smirks tiredly. Fine guys, fine. Just don't start the party without me. Wouldn't dream of it. Kiba barked with a grin. Omwe nodded, then added. Give your Scarlet Queen my regards. Scarlet Queen? Genma asked with an arched brow. Naruto sighs, then answered. Omwe misheard her old title most likely. The Ice Queen of Konoha. So get moving. Say hi to Mirai too from us, would ya? Genma nodded before he flashed away, back to the residential area. Naruto gave Omwe a look, causing him to look sheepish. The blonde finished his mouthful of rice before he stands up and ordered. We need to get to the palace. To start organizing our temporary subordinates. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Stepping out from the palace, Naruto leads Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, Omoi, and Chojuro to find Benamian talking with 2 8-wings and 2 6-winged Grigori officers. The approach of the First Legion's officers and their commander caused many stiffening among the lower legion members. Benamian, however, smirked, glancing back over her shoulder to see their approach, and asked airily. You're late. Did you forget to set your alarm? Figured you could handle it. Naruto shot back easily, as he approached, then added. Didn't realize you needed me to hold your hand, again. Era. Benamian responded. Her voice carried like a melody that made most the lower wings straighten on reflex. Her smile that was unsettling to most but left her fellow cadre unfazed. She finished. Remember who signs your paperwork, Naruto-kun. Besides my secretary, my cunning and sharp stare? Naruto countered casually as he reaches her side, a casual shrug and air of aloofness while his hands slide into his trench coat pockets, as if he hadn't just challenged her openly. She hummed slowly, the sound rising up from her throat as she then spoke as if distant. Cunning? Perhaps. Sharp? I say that is debatable. Benamian's head tilt was the stuff of legends, innocently fickle yet all the more dangerous than any blade, as she added. But paperwork does have a rather nasty habit of multiplying when one gets cheeky. The tension thickened, some of the lower-powered members present swallowed nervously as the two cadres' gazes met, half-lit. Naruto did not even miss a breath as he countered. Nothing your signature couldn't fix, I am sure. Plenty of practice from last time. The fluttering of wings masked the mass intake of air from the shock of such a confession. Benamian looked undeterred, possibly suspecting or outright knowing such has occurred, and thus responded flatly. You wouldn't dare. With a grin of foxy origin curving his lips, his old mischievous side kicking back up, Naruto countered. Wouldn't I? The heartbeat felt like a lifetime, and a few amount the training ground felt faint as the two cadre leaders stared at each other unbroken, undeterred, a challenge and amusement flicking between them both. Abruptly, Benamian broke eye contact a fraction of a heartbeat first while she muttered. Troublesome blondes, Azazel-sama collecting them like stray cats. The Nara in the background snorted at that, in full agreement with the sentiment, and feeling vindicated in the same breath. Naruto though countered smoothly. Careful, Benamian. Keep calling me troublesome, and I'll start thinking you're flirting. If I were Naruto-kun, you wouldn't be standing so comfortably right now. Benamian responded without missing a beat, her expression politely neutral yet somehow threatening to all who weren't him. Her smile lingered, like the last glint of a drawn blade before she turned towards the training field where the legions had gathered, in perfect formation and their own banners raised at their backs. Naruto followed the motion, his demeanor shifting to match hers as he commented. Now that the paperwork threats are out of the way, should we get down to the fun part where you show off your greatness? Era. Benamune responded again. Tone was as smooth as syrup to cover the edge beneath it. It reminded all that despite her friendly disposition, she was still definitely a cadre commander, and that was unmistakable as she finished. You make it sound like I enjoy these theatrics, Naruto-kun. A soft chuckle and a shrug, Naruto remarked. You do though. Don't worry about it, I brought an audience. A few low chuckles from the crowd, spreading as soft as the morning breeze as they watched the seemingly untouchable commanders banter like they are in a romantic comedy. Shikamaru let out a resigned sigh. Beneath that breath he muttered. Every damn time. One of these days, they're going to charge admission for this. Kiba offered a fang-filled grin, hands on his hips as he responded. I'd pay. It's better than most briefings we normally get. You say that. Omoi began, ever the realist as his gaze shifted between the two cadres and whispered lowly. But that friendly banter tends to end with us doing the impossible, again. Stepping past the white-haired swordsman, Chojuro shrugged with his hands in his own trenchcoat pockets as he countered quietly. That's command for you. He glances among his group then added drilly. Smile, nod, and pray the mountain doesn't explode this time. Shikamaru nodded, knowing this. Almost sighed, suspecting this. Kiba just shrugged and Choji just swallowed his mouth full of chips. They were not as good as back home, but they were something. The air, however, sharpened. The shift immediate. Backs straightened, wings tucked back, and heads held high as the two cadres got to actual business now. The chief secretary of the Grigori and the commander of the Nightwings had arrived. Stepping forward, Benamune announced. As promised, Commander, allow me to present the reinforcements I have selected to provide Grigori grandeur to this grand occasion. She glanced to the side where Naruto stepped up, his eyes as solid as tungsten as she continued gesturing to the first group, a column of armored fallen snapping to attention. The 41st Legion, the Iron Doves. Urban suppression and line holding. They make ground and do not give it back. The blonde observed them all critically, their black-plated uniforms marked with a silver insignia. Their leader is one of the 8 wings from earlier, a veteran of the old wars by the looks of it and armed with a halberd that was raised above his head in salute. Naruto nodded once, offered calmly. Frontline wall, understood. The 112th Legion, the silent chorus. Benamune continued, gesturing to the next group and drawing her friend's attention. As Shinobi, it was immediately apparent of this unit's usual modus operandi was, and the members of the 1st Legion all smirked at the smirks from the unit. The unit all wore what Naruto assumed was low observable gear, matted armor, and short cut or plaited hair. Their straps and equipment were similarly muted colors, and those light rifles were similar to the ones that Arthur called snipers, but not as long or unwieldy. Naruto, though, offered softly. Let me guess, ranged stealth units? Their commander nodded once sharply, and the blonde cadre chuckled then added. Shikamaru's going to love you. Said man just sighed tiredly, rubbing his temple as he muttered. Troublesome, but useful. Another sharp nod from their commander, clearly not one for many words and understood the benefit of silence. May have to increase cooperation moving forward, Naruto mused. Benamune, however, gestured to the next column, her hand sweeping and offered softly, almost hesitantly. The 121st Legion, the Obsidian Halo. Naruto glanced to her briefly, then back at the unit. The fallen were all well-armored in durable plate, mirrored light simmered across the black and violet armor. But his eyes narrowed on the runes, recognizing parts of it and slowly realizing why she was nervous. His sharp gaze upon her did not make her flinch, but Benamune explained. Yes, Naruto-kun. They are somewhat, albeit indirectly, students of yours. The rune upgrades you submitted to our headquarters defensive matrix served as their inspiration. Aha, now you bring them here for. Naruto asked, almost casually aloof, so she informed. They are a support and sustain group. The heart of any engagement. The first in the next generation of mobile defensive bastions that will revolutionize defensive might. They are fans of your work, not a thief's imitation. They have long wished to show you that much. With his arms now folded, Naruto grunted but did not glare any further, with their commander bowing to him out of respect. Even he would have to admit, this was not what he had expected from the formerly overindulgent faction of Sin. A legion solely dedicated to defense. Benamian added. This will be their first frontline combat in such conditions. If they break, you have already lost. Naruto nodded, understanding that much. Shikamaru was taking notes. Choji stopped eating and grew interested. Omoe and Chojuro were speaking in hushed voices. Adjusting her glasses and pushing back her purple hair, Benamian then gestured to the final group. The one with the highest magic signature, to the point it was almost overflowing with static charge. She announced. The 222nd Legion, the Storm Crows. Naruto allowed a portion of his own storm magic to surface, sparks of golden lightning simmering just beneath his coat, and theirs reacted in recognition. The smirks he gave them and they returned was electrically dangerous as he muttered. We are going to be very good friends. Their leader saluted, his whole column did, the static of lightning and light seemed to spark across their wings, armor, and floor. Benamian added smoothly. Speed, strike, and destruction all in one. Shock troops of the Grigori. They will hit wherever you point, the enemy will not see the second strike coming. Naruto's grin turned feral as he quipped. Perfect. I like them already. The seals around the training ground hummed and glowed, barely keeping the combined magic of the occupants restrained and undetected. The 4 legions stood ready and awaiting their orders. Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, Omoe, Chojuro all exchanged knowing glances. Their Mitsuki's expression said it all. Benamian inclined her head slightly before she looked at Naruto, the faintest of smirks tugging at her lips as she stated. There, Naruto-kun. Your muscle, for Legion strong. Try not get them killed before lunch. No promises. Naruto shot back without missing a beat, though when he glanced back at her, lightning danced acrobatically across his dangerous smile. He added, But for you, I'll see what I can do. The tension broke before with a few silent chuckles, though there was a cat call that was shut down by the twin glares of the cadres, and that broke the stiff air fully. After everyone calmed down again, Naruto sighed and glanced to Shikamaru, who stepped forward and called. All right. Squad leaders and commanders step forward. The rest of you rest up. We got a few hours before we deploy and we need to ensure we are at our peak. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Dining Pavilion. The morning was in full swing now and things were in motion, village-wide. Uniforms handed out, weapons equipped, armor double-checked, and food served. You cannot win a war on an empty stomach after all. Abigail and Serena both drop down opposite Zenobia and Toshi, who both look up from their food to see the 2 sisters bothered about something. Thankfully, Abigail spoke first. Toshi-san, may we ask a question? With a brow arched, Toshi nodded, so she offered. One of our old colleagues, a fellow 8-winged like us, transferred to this unit a little bit ago. We haven't seen her yet and are kind of hoping you'd know where she is. Depends. Toshi offered back, swallowing the rice, then added. All deployment information is classified alongside our personnel files. Both sisters nod in understanding, so Serena asked. Her name's Sakaria. A bit of a battle junkie and kind of a loner because of it. Any idea where she is? Toshi knew of her, obviously, but she could not disclose her status to auxiliary members, and even more so as these people were still fresh. They haven't even gone through proper psychological testing yet, so their loyalty is up for scrutiny. At least to her. So, she offered a half-truth. I've heard of her, sure. Think she was assigned to the Lightning Company, so I don't have the authority to know much more than that, I'm afraid. Abigail swallowed her fish, then asked. You don't? Why not? Toshi shrugged fluidly, then reported. I'm a member of Fire Company. Different roles that don't overlap. Sorry. With a sigh, both sisters nodded before Zenobia asked. So, I need to aim for the fire company then? Toshi regarded her student a moment before she nodded, then explained. If you want to join my team then yes. But we don't see much combat directly unless we are assigned to support other units. Why's that? Abigail asked, curious. Zenobia though answered. Toshi-sensei is part of the protection detail for Lord Naruto. The finest fighters of the Legion and my goal. Toshi chuckled, knowing better than that but allowing the recent addition to use that as her motivator. Sure, the Inuzuka are dangerous in a lot of ways, but they can be outmatched in many more ways. They have learnt that the hard way and lost far more than just family because of it. The lack of their Niken partners is still a sore spot for them all. A wound they are still nursing. Suddenly, Shizuka dropped down beside Toshi and asked, Hey, you seen Naruto? Busy with prep. Toshi responded instantly, glad to be off that topic of thought, and the Nadeshiko Kunoichi hummed in understanding. After a moment, Shizuka asked, Any idea if he'd lift my suspension to join the squad? This got risen brows from the newcomers, but Toshi just shook her head and reported. Nah, not a chance. Teams already have been assigned. Should have asked yesterday. Shrugging, Shizuka replied. Then I'll be sure to welcome him back with a smile and hug. Her smile and tone were more than enough to tell what exactly she really meant by that. Abigail and Serena smirked knowingly, liking this girl of a similar mindset to them it seems. Toshi just rolled her eyes then snipped, heatedly. Fat chance, bimbo. The pack's got his back, and front covered. The two senior fallen found their sultry grins deepening at the suggestion. Oh, how juicy that sounded. And erotic. Shizuka, though, looked unfazed by such a declaration, as if she knew something the others didn't, and thus voiced. If you say so. Toshi got irritated for reasons unknown to her, eyebrow twitching at the nonchalantly eating kunoichi beside her. Something within her very being wanted to rip this bitch a new one. From 2 tables down, Sano saw this and sighed whilst shaking her head. They're wasting energy on useless gossip. Looking up from her food opposite her fellow Suna Jonin, Maki offered. From the sounds of their discussion, it seems that Naruto is the subject. Sano nodded once, swallowing her food, but Amano offered. It is all the Nadeshiko or Inuzuka speak about. Not that I blame them. Sano rolled her eyes, well aware of that, but also aware of how Amano's feelings for their kage has surprisingly sustained her drive after the loss of their home during the war. Even if they are one-sided. Maki then proposed as she reached for her tea. We should just focus on our own work and maybe, during the next rotation, ask for a moment of his time to discuss things. Again? Sano asked, brow arched, fingers interlocked before her mouth, elbows on table. Maki regarded her, then nodded and explained. Seeing as the male-to-female ratio is so heavily skewed in our favor, I suspect that it may serve our goal in this instant. Or, Sano offered carefully, making sure both younger women are paying attention to her following words. Maybe find someone beyond the Legion. A few of our fellow fallen aren't half bad. You mean half as good? Maki countered smoothly. Sano didn't respond, her silence told of her reluctant agreement. It may be the whole kunoichi's pride, or something related to being the last of their home world, but something is definitely more appealing about their fellows than the men of this world. Does not mean she herself will not keep looking beyond the metaphorical curtain. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Fabrication Station 4. Like the other fabrication stations, this one was like a large garage with workstations scattered about the room to aid in the creation of various equipment and gear. Unlike the others, however, this one has been designated for the use of the auxiliary force, and has none of the more classified elements within it. Some things are better left unsaid about that, however. Guren and Kuratsuchi stand before some of the new recruits, now outfit in the standard Chunin vest uniform of the Nightwings. Tagaki, Hada Imai, Motiki, Wada, and Nishiki. Gone were the still unofficial training attire of gray camouflage uniforms, replaced with standard black armored undersuit, chain mail armor, gray sleeveless vests, fingerless gloves, and shin and forearm armor. On their upper left arms was the bare metal plate with the Grigori insignia, on their left chest the Nightwing kunai with black wings wrapped around. They all had the standard black boots on too. The final two arrived in the form of Kalawarna and Rainier, in matching uniforms. When they reached the other 6, Kuratsuchi spoke. Listen up. I do not like repeating myself, so pay attention. Upon their nod, she continued. You have all been outfitted with the basic gear loadout for our legion. Compared to Grigori standard, it can take a direct hit from a single light blast and only leave you breathless, but alive. Making raised brows, but the commander did not stop. It has built-in radio on set frequencies. The Grigori standard and a single Nightwing one. It also contains signature suppression capabilities. Nothing like our more advanced gear, but it helps not be noticed. She points at Nishikiri, who had raised his hand, and he spoke. What if we are attacking? Won't that? That it will. Kuratsuchi nodded, before she explained. Magic suppression is passive. You will still be detected normally if people are actively looking for you. As I said, this is basic equipment. As you complete missions, select a company, or just impress someone, you may earn new equipment and upgrades. Another hand went up, this time Rainier. Upon the nod, she asked. You mean if we impress a commander, they may grant us new equipment? Not just commanders. Guren spoke up calmly, arms crossed and dark eyes of the void as she stares back at the woman. She added smoothly. You will find that many Nightwings have different interests and ideals. In our spare time, some decide to expand our capabilities. Thus, if you impress them, they may be willing to part with a few of them. Motiki spoke after his raised hand was acknowledged. So, like you and your defensive armaments? Guren's face was perfectly unreadable when she nodded, though Kuratsuchi spoke. There are many ways to fight the same opponent. When you find your niche, harness it and perfect it. Find a squad to work with and you'll be a force to be reckoned with. They all nod, so she finished. Now that you are all outfitted accordingly, go get some food and report to the Central Plaza at 1300. Dismissed. After the newbies left, Kuratsuchi turned on Guren and asked, How are the crystal weapons coming along? Hardly any progress. Guren reports with a shrug, taking notes on the remaining uniform sets available. Though she glanced to the frowning 10-winged kunoichi, then added, You sound displeased. We need that edge. Kuratsuchi insisted tightly, eyes narrowed in thought. The tightrope they are balancing upon could give way at any moment, and, although not the first time, having those weapons would be a nice fallback to have. As she parts another set of armored undersuits, Guren asked, Why are you so insistent? Naruto hasn't mentioned anything wrong yet. That's why I'm so on edge. Kuratsuchi snipped, hands on hip as she looks to her fellow kunoichi. When her pink met her blacks, she added, He's been so busy managing everything, to keep the world's attention on himself alone, that if something were to happen, everything could fall apart. Guren realized and the former stone kunoichi's frown tightened. After a moment, Kuratsuchi let out a tight breath then spoke. It's almost been 2 years since then. It's long past time to step up and out of his shadow. He's been spoiling us, Glassy. With a tight expression herself, Guren nodded once but said nothing. There was nothing left to say after all. Somewhere near Kyoto, in a clearing beyond the protective barrier of the city of shrines and ley lines, a small group of magicians moved under the cover of special runes, marking out key anchor points for a mass magical bridge's exit. The end point for the transfer of their allies. This group of 6 had heard the rumors in the shadows, the briefing from their allies, and 2 research teams created their cloaks specifically to hide from the Yukai and the secret ghost of the Grigori at this range. They were deceived. In the shadow of a tree, one of many, sat a kunoichi of Inuzuka descent by the name of Ascari. She was the smallest, youngest of the survivors of her clan. Due to this, her elders often baby her to keep her cheerful personality intact. Her leader too sometimes. Though, this is her chance to prove she is just as dangerous as her pack mates, and even more capable. She's shorter than the others, but her stealth and sense of smell is unrivaled to all but her leader. His stealth is incalculable. So, here she is, Ascari Inuzuka, trailing these stupid magic civilians within the shadows, unnoticed as they mark their positions. This place will become their hunting ground, their grave site by the time the sun sets. A smell on the wind shifts her predator-like gaze to another group, stepping into the clearing, but on their tail was none other than Yoshi, equally as unseen. Their eyes met, a nod shared, then observation was maintained for now. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Benamian silently followed Naruto back from the training ground towards the security office Shikamaru normally works from. The growing pains between the new legions have been manageable and things are going as planned. They have a few minutes now before the remaining members of the First Legion arrives. Deployment will begin just before 1400, when Baraquiel and his fourth show up. Katarina and her second legion are already gearing up for initial deployment. The doors shut and suddenly Benamian is faced with her latest dilemma. One she has quietly been preparing to face since she instructed the 121st Legion on rune telemetry inspired by the man pacing before her. He hadn't said anything directly in front of the others, but that side I told her what he thought. Admittedly, sharing partial schematics of the headquarters' potential rune upgrades is a bad move security-wise. However, in her defense, he did create new ones the following week when she asked about the books Azazel gave him. Those ones are now the ones the base works on, but the problem she faces now is the fracturing of trust. After the 40th pace, Naruto turns on Benamian. She didn't flinch or look away from him as he asked simply, "Why?" "They needed direction, Naruto-kun." Benamian replied simply, flatly and without hesitation. Seeing him waiting, she added, "The rune sequences you gave were such a vast improvement, that spreading that knowledge was for the best for the faction as a whole." "Then why didn't you tell me?" "Because I knew you'd say no." Benamian snipped, perhaps a bit too much bite, but she didn't care. It was the right thing to do, and the first is wrapped up in so many damn secret bubbles and security levels it makes heaven look like a daycare. Naruto's face was impassive as he leaned back against the desk, just staring at her. Recomposing herself in the silence, she continued, "Naruto, you trust me, right?" He didn't answer, and to be honest, Benamian would say that hurt a bit, but that's for later as she pushed on. "Wrong question. Let me ask you instead, do you know how the others see your legion?" She moves to sit on the desk beside him, looking back at the door as she continued. "Ghosts, legends, anomalies, these are all things that place your group on a pedestal. Something normal people cannot hope to reach." The silence dragged on, slowly and almost painfully. Benamian continued after a sigh. "Even our new reincarnated people seem to think that now they are the same as you all. They are one step closer to your greatness. The regular people, Naruto, are starting to despise you for it. For being so damn good at your jobs that they can't help but envy you." With a sigh himself, Naruto went to speak, but she did not stop. "I know you trusted me with those things. How much you value security and secrecy. But if we are to stand together, I am going to have to ask you for forgiveness a few dozen times before we make this work." She finally looked at him. He was already looking back at her, and she barely smiled when she finished. "So yes, I am sorry I gave out your designs. No, I will do it again if it means we as a group can stand with you and not at your back." Naruto let out a groan as he pushed off the desk and began pacing again. He hates these damn logical arguments, and now he looks like the damn villain. After a few moments, he looks back at her and asked, "You gave them my notes, Benamian. Notes designed for securing the defense grid at headquarters." "I know," Benamian replied softly. The shinobi bristled internally, but his tone remained flat as he spoke. "How well do you even know the 121st Legion, huh? How do you not know that the devils, heck, even the damn terrorists don't have the keys too? Why do you think I asked for that second update, Naruto?" She all but hissed at him, and that stopped Naruto dead. She pushed off the desk herself, and jabbed his chest. Benamian added, "I know it wasn't for the public eyes. I know how damn paranoid you are. You all are. I don't try and change you, but I do expect you to at least trust me a bit more." "I trust?" "No, Naruto. You don't." Benamian replied, cutting him off. With an adjustment of her glasses, she fixed him with a look as she added, "You barely ever come to headquarters. You do not hear what I do. While you are out here in the field, battling rogues, capturing devils in the act, and containing heroes with frightening efficiency, the rumors back their build." Folding her arms, she narrowed her eyes on him and continued, "The devils are terrified of the mere mention of your name. The thing is, Naruto, is that so are our own. That's a problem you haven't even thought of yet, have you?" He went to object, but her look kept his mouth shut. After a swift, sharp nod, Benamian added further, "When an army starts worshipping its protectors, it starts them off on a dangerous path. Instead of standing beside them, they start to sit beneath them." She smiled, but it had no warmth as she explained, "I've seen the signs already. The older generations see the First Legion's efficiency, the fear you inspire in both heaven and the underworld, and envy it. That envy grows teeth, sooner or later." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. He's seen those signs during the war too. Leaf Shinobi were known for being powerful, more so even then. Most his trusted lieutenants back then, the former Konoha 12, were from there, and they faced some minor backlash due to it. That, in turn, led to their larger losses over other villages. Allied shinobi expected the stronger Leaf Shinobi to prove themselves and end up dying in the process. If that happens again, they don't have the numbers to support that kind of loss rate, even if that wasn't the case. Naruto can still recall it, that last time it happened. The barks of the Niken and the snow at his feet, and the feel of the wounded Hana in arms as he did not look back. The faces of the Havoc-Teir shinobi that couldn't meet his gaze. The Kumo shinobi that kept their eyes forward. The tears of the woman who knew she would never see her mother again. "Naruto!" Benamian called, grabbing his face and drawing his darkening gaze back to the room and out of his mind. That actually scared her a bit. His expression was growing steadily darker, an aura colder than anything she's felt from him. When his slit blues met her orange again, she whispered, "I am fixing it. I need you to trust me, okay? I will not let the admiration of your group turn into resentment. That would lead to distance and isolation. Nor will I allow the Nightwings to become gods among mortals. We both know that path never ends well." After several moments, Naruto lets out a deep breath through his nose and nods, understanding her position. Slowly, carefully, she removes her hands from his cheeks and stands before him in silence. He broke it slowly. "So you broke my trust to teach them how to stand, how to walk beside us?" Benamian nodded once, sharp as any blade, then stated, "The 121st is a testament to the blueprint that your First Legion created. If I must break your trust to heal this growing fracture, I will ask for forgiveness after the fact, but I will not stop. Your people have earned a place to belong and has fallen. That place is with the Grigori. I promise you that." "You're playing a dangerous game, Benamian." Naruto warned, but she just smirked, adjusting her glasses needlessly. She finished, "So are you. You build walls and call it safety. I tear them down and call it survival." The shinobi turned seraph lets out an exhale slowly, clearly conflicted. He understands, even if his every shinobi instinct tells him she crossed a line. Yet he's seen what could happen if this current trend continues. If only on a smaller scale, and it was still devastating for them. It cost them some among many others. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Central Plaza. Leaning against the tower, Genma yawned subtly whilst waiting for the brats to form up. Between Kurenai's cravings and Murai's eagerness to interact, he didn't get much sleep since this morning. It's unfortunate, but he also wouldn't trade his family for anything else and is far better than coming back to an empty apartment. Still, 2 hours of sleep is better than none, right? Sipping his tea again, his eyes travel over the new group of their little group. Well, kind of new as Tagaki's been here a while but only now being accepted as one of them. Halfway, that is. The auxiliary force. If you asked him, a measly special jonin, Genma would say it was a far better move than most would say. Sure, both sides are part of the Grigori, but they've literally fought through hell and ended up here by chance. Any of the shinobi of his standing could probably take out at least 100 to 200 of these guys before they could learn to track him. That isn't even a brag. Nah, arrogance died in that war like most other things that you didn't need to survive. Finally, Kuratsuchi called out. Alright, it's time to head out for final briefings at the palace. You will be among other legions, so prepare yourselves for scrutiny, and under no circumstances are you to reveal anything other than your name, and what legion you belong to. Am I clear? Hi, Lady Kuratsuchi, came from the fallen. Business as usual then, Rimi murmured, getting a nod from Hana and Ren at her sides. Genma found the difference amusing, the only tell being the slight curling of his lip around his ever-present Saban, as he kicked off the wall of the command building and stepped beside the rock boss. He asked. Ready? Kuratsuchi nodded once, glancing to him, and asked. What about you? You look like shit. Genma shrugged so fluidly, some may have missed it as he retorted. I'll be fine. It's the Rugrats I'm more concerned about. Kuratsuchi's smirk was knowing, but she replied curtly. Doubt I'd have a kid anytime soon. You adopting that princess was brave enough to make me think you're an idiot. Chuckling, Genma just nodded before stepping forward again and facing the group he was teleporting. It took a few moments before he locked onto Naruto's signal. Then his phone went off, and upon checking it, he redirected himself towards Chojuro's as it seems Naruto is in a meeting right now. With a nod, he looks over the group and asked. You ready? One of the fallen, Abigail, raised her hand and asked. Have you already set your anchor point? Yeah, I have. Genma commented before the magic circle appeared beneath them abruptly, then he added. So hang on for a moment. The next they were gone. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Naruto puts his phone away, having told Genma to use Shikamaru as the beacon for the teleport, as he was still with Benamian. He sighed, then looked back at her and stated. Fine, I am trusting you with this, despite my very instincts against the idea. Benamian just nodded sharply, though her shoulders may have relaxed a bit at his words as he continued. You haven't led us astray yet, so you've earned that much from me. Yet? Benamian with a lifted brow, a relatively simple motion, hands on hips, and the shinobi suddenly found his throat growing dry. Not once did he suspect that she had a version of his wife's infamous troublesome mode. When she narrowed her eyes behind those rimless glasses, Naruto swore he could feel every hair on his body stand on edge, his palms growing sweaty, and his breathing quickened. He's faced a damn apocalypse, stared down gods and devils, yet a simple look has paralyzed him? Clearing his throat, in an attempt to clear the symptoms, Naruto replied with feigned casualness that barely registered. Just saying you've proven capable and… Capable? Benamian echoed, and it seemed to halt time in the office. Naruto swore that even the air refused to cooperate under the cadre's scrutiny. Her first step forward echoed like a thunderclap as she whispered, but it felt like a shout. Listen here. I have worked my butt off keeping our fragmented society alive for centuries. It's a cute butt. Naruto tried to ease off the tension with an ill-placed joke, no feeling if it worked as she did not stop, despite the subtle twitch of her lip. So, when it comes to this plan of mine, I expect you to honor it. You may be our future leader, but remember that I have earned my wings just as you have. Pretty wings too. Naruto tried again, but this time her eyes narrowed like a blade slicing the air. He gulped as Benamian spoke crisply. So, are we on the same page, or are we going to have a misunderstanding? Same page sounds good. Naruto stated immediately and without thought, nodding repeatedly as part of an inbuilt safety mechanism most likely. Benamian's smile was small, soft, and somehow terrifying all at once as she gently slapped Naruto's cheek while she whispered, Good boy. As she stepped back, the door suddenly burst open. Both cadres instantly went to their placated demeanors as Katarina and Yasaka strolled in, backed up by Sei, Izuhara, Kosaku, Yaju, and Suzu. The leader of the Second Legion, the head dove herself, called out, Pupsik, we are ready. Naruto nodded, soft smirk as he responded. Then I take it everyone has been briefed. They all nodded. Yasaka responded next with a sharp grin. Kyoto stands ready, Naruto. We will handle the political front. We'll cover the combat front. Naruto finished smoothly, getting a nod from the others as Katarina gained a mischievous glint in her light green eyes and steps into his personal space. Seeing the glint, Naruto and Benamian both raised a brow in unison, wondering what she was about to do. With a smile that was more coy than innocent, Katarina brought Naruto into that type of hug normally reserved for more quiet moments. Batting her eyes, she whispered almost breathlessly, "Pupsik owe me date after yes." Shaking his head subtly, Naruto's hands found her waist while he replied, "Depends, are you behaving?" She hummed softly, then responded, "Duh, you know me." A throat clearing drew both eyes to the orange-eyed colleague of theirs, who looked unamused, though the twinkle in her eyes and the light smirk told them that Benamian was more amused than annoyed as she spoke. "Commanders, I believe it is time." The room seemed to nod, though the Grigori members noticed the twitchy tails of the yokai present. Kyoto, Imperial Palace Training Ground. Naruto was flanked by Benamian and Katarina, who was walking closer to him every other step, led the yokai group put into the back of the garden-turned-training ground. When they cleared the remnants of the garden bamboo and flowers to find the gathered groups of Grigori legions. About 230 fallen angels lingered around the training ground in huddles, doing final equipment checks or socializing with one another. The leadership were huddled around two long tables, receiving information on the renewed battle formation from the 1st Legion command staff. It was a sight to see of wings, armor, and ammunition. The near-quiet gasp of the yokai was expected as Naruto introduced. "Allow me to introduce your defenders. As you know, the Grigori 1st Legion, the Nightwings. Grigori's special forces with enough legends and myths about us that we've shifted the power balance." Allegedly. Benamian, there is no, allegedly, Naruto. Its existence brought heaven and the yokai to the table. You've changed things, trust me. Katarina, de Pupsik. Be proud. Fine if you insist. Well, in any case, we are fielding our auxiliary group this time around. As you can see, we have our newest group of trainees, Abigail, Serena, Calawarna, and Rainer all joined us yesterday, but they'd passed the basic levels. Yasaka, I see your pack is here, Naruto-kun, but you're missing two. Ah, right, well the other two are already on assignment. Next, we have the 41st Legion, the Iron Doves. Urban suppression and line-holding specialists. Nothing past them. Katarina, oh how interesting. Iron. As like my beautiful darkness. Then we have the 121st Legion, the Obsidian Halo. They are a new concept refreshed and now ready for fielding. A support and sustain group. The heart of any engagement, and the line in the sand. Basically, nothing gets past them. Kosaku, sounds pretty confident. Not that I doubt it. Suzu, I wonder if I could break through it. What? I'm curious. Izuhara, sigh, why do I feel like the only adult here? Yaju, because you actually pay attention. Kosaku, yeah, that sounds about right. Finally, you have the 222nd Legion, the Storm Crows. With a name like that, you can probably understand that taste of ozone on your tongue and fuzziness on your fur and figure out why, right? Yaju, how did he know? Suzu, glad I wasn't alone, or going mad. Obviously, we haven't moved yet and are using the seals built into the training ground to mask our presence here. As soon as the bad guys move, so do we. Kyoto will be secure. Naruto turns back to face Yasaka after his little speech and had a grin while he finished. With this at our disposal, Yasaka, you can focus solely on dominating the political arena and be ruthless with it. The Kyuubi smiled sharply, but nodded. This group of about 200 or so fallen angels were serving under one of her own after all. Yasaka stated firmly. Very well, Naruto-kun. I trust in you. As do I. A new voice drew attention up to the balcony where Azazel stood, leaning on the wooden rail with a crooked grin, pride in his eyes. He had Shamahaza at his side, blank-faced, but the calculations in his eyes were unmistakable. Naruto led the salute unknowingly, his trench coat snapping into position along with the other commanders present, and that unified snapping echoed the sharpness of this renewed Grigori. He declared, "Governor General, your forces stand ready." Azazel nodded as he stood straight, formal, and with his hands now clasped behind his back, grin fell flat. His eyes scanned over the group briefly, sensing the gravity of this moment before he spoke firmly. "Commander Naruto, I am aware that within your legion, there is a running jest regarding your title of Mitsukichi." Naruto nodded once. There were discreet glances among the Grigori members, but they stayed silent as the governor continued. "I believe it translates to light's shadow. A fitting name for the shadows of the twilight. Though, for now, I shall use it as the basis for this occasion." Naruto glanced either side, Benamian on his right, Katarina on his left, and sharing his looks but Azazel informed. "Wing Division Eclipse. Your mission is to defend Kyoto from the upcoming invasion attempt from the terrorist group known as the Chaos Brigade." He sighs hard, then eyes sharpened as he stated factually. "Make no mistake, they are here for nothing but our destruction. To sow division and destruction to ensure we do not become a threat to their goals. You all of you here, will be the first ones to challenge them directly. This is our announcement to the world." Azazel's grin was loaded with pride and he declared, "That we may have fallen, but now we rise, together." "Yes, sir!" The fallen angels all chorused together, and in unison. Nodding, Azazel looked back to Naruto and ordered, "Mitsukichi, lead them well and come back in one piece. We'll deal with heaven and hell, so run wild." Naruto nodded before he returned. "Yes, Governor General." As if a divine signal, or by the writer's design, Hana and Naruto's phones went off in unison. A quick check confirmed that the enemy landing zone has been identified and coordinates sent to them both. Looking back up, the cadre known as Naruto Namikaze spoke. "General, our enemy's landing location has been identified. Permission to depart." "Granted." Azazel confirmed smoothly, getting a nod from the leader of the new Wing Division Eclipse. At the same time the others gathered their gear and prepared for deployment. The Nightwing-trained Kitsune moved off to join their teachers after being waved over. Benamian gave Naruto a simple nod that he returned before she headed to meet with their leader. Katarina stepped close and whispered into the blonde's ear something that caused him to smile then nod. She then too departed under the watch of the two high-leveled vixens. Yasaka watched as Naruto looked to them, his black trench coat flapping in the wind as he smirked then stated, "We'll be back before you know it." She nodded, though it was Sei who responded. "Keep our students safe, Naruto-kun." Her smile soft, his determination shown by his single sharp nod as he returned. "I'll do what I can." He turned back to the training ground, and everyone was waiting for him. Shikamaru appeared at his side, as usual, and stated, "Ascari has the location. Our people will be spread across on formation Spiral 3. Like the Battle of Snowfall, huh?" Naruto murmured and the Nara nodded, knowing better than to say anything on that tactical loss, strategic victory of a defense. After a moment, the blonde responded in an ear whisper. "Fine. I trust your judgment." He stops in the center of all the formations then turns back, his coat matching Shikamaru's as they now faced the governor, who was flanked by Yasaka, Sei, Katarina, Benamian, and Shimahazai. Though mentally, the spread around Nightwings linked into the mental network Naruto activated. "Okay, so we are using Spiral 3 formation for this. Spread among the others, Hana, Rimi, Shika, with me in center. Kiba, Choji right flank. Chojuro, Toshi, take the auxiliary on left. We have to be visible at the heads, but that won't excuse our coordination." "Understood." With a breath, Naruto spins up a magic circle large enough to cover the entire training ground in an instant, surprising many who had yet to see Nightwings in action. The soft, golden glow lit up the space, humming with the softness of life, yet somehow tinged in tension and thrumming with a faint static electricity. Naruto spoke aloud now. "When we arrive, be silent, remain calm, and follow the plan outline. Good hunting." The next moment, all 237 beings within the magic circle were gone. Kyoto, Yukai District. Appearing within the lobby of the Four Seasons Hotel, Satan's Lucifer and Leviathan came face to face with their advance team members, who all bowed, in accordance with etiquette in the presence of outsiders. Though, both Ciscons had to rein in their respective gushing of their siblings in local formal attire. Thankfully, they were not kept waiting long as Okino arrived with an escort group, bowing as she announced, "Welcome to Kyoto, Lady and Lord Satan. My name is Okino Kozukura, leader of the Crane clan, and head of the diplomatic relations team." "Well met, Lady Kozukura." Surzex replied with a light bow of his head, and the other followed suit, but she just smiled diplomatically. After raising up, he added, "Are they ready for us, or do we have to?" "Ah, right, yes. No need to wait," Okino replied carefully, her elegant robes dancing as she waved that idea off, and her smiling face was telling. She then informed, "The council has gathered, and we are ready to receive you immediately." With a nod, Seraphol offered calmly, "How efficient!" Though behind the two Satans' now moving forms, following after their hosts, Sona whispered softly, "Probably trying to get this over with swiftly." "Yeah, that's my guess too," Rias offered back as she followed after the group, unaware that her mother too had come to the same conclusion. For the last 3 days since the unexpected encounter with the cadre leader of the First Legion, Venelana has yet to any progress with said legion. It is not clear whether this was normal or not. They had not been here longer to determine that, but she was still concerned that the situation was not resolved. They had not even made a dent in the wall that had been erected by the other side, and now, her son was in the driver's seat. All the ladies hoped they had helped enough. As the group of devils made their way through the district, they noticed that all the fallen had formal black trench coats, with golden threading, and well dressed, or in black sleeveless jackets and black shirts in the same colors. They lined the path loosely and intermittently, but their presence was felt clear as day. The devils took note of how they all had the same patch, an aureole with glasses, somewhere on their persons. Seraphol asked their guide, "Lady Kozukura, these fallen angels, are they all part of the same legion?" Glancing back with a diplomatic smile, the Crane clan head pushed a part of her dull pink hair back and nodded. Okino offered calmly, "That they are, Lady Leviathan. We had asked them to ensure that there is no funny business on either side and have provided with crowd control training. Thus, we believe them to be fair and reasonable, not to mention capable." Looking forward again, she effectively closed the door on the discussion, allowed the Satans to share a look before Venelana whispered, "They are the Third Legion, suspected to be working under the authority of Cadre Benamian. We thought Kyoto was under the First Legion's control." Surzex muttered back. Seraphol nodded along, but their parents had no answer. Sona added, "Lord Lucifer, we had noticed that they have spent a fair amount of time here whilst we were. As the capital of the Alliance, it may be prudent to assume that its safety is rotated among the various legions." It was the best thing they could come up with for now, so Surzex just nodded once those saw a few others with flak jackets ahead of them. It seems they had almost reached the Imperial Palace. As the leader of the new devil faction surveyed the area, he found that they seemed to be the last to arrive, and that the fallen angel here, mingled with the Yukai garrison, wore flak jackets of dark purple and black under armor. Their insignia is the classic portrait of a dove, but instead of a branch, it has a wine glass. A different legion than the ones in the town, clearly. Yet, at the gate stood the Heaven Party, clearly just arrived too. Michael stood in the center talking to Lady Yasaka, who wore her shrine-maiden attire of whites, gold, and reds with her tails out looking regal. Beside the leader of heaven stood Gabriel, and, surprisingly, Sariel, the Seraph of Death. Though, based off the reports he got from his mother, Surzex shouldn't really be all that surprised by her presence here, as she seemed to have a vested interest on the First Legion. He then noticed that she was looking around as if searching for something, or maybe someone. He then noticed how Gabriel was talking with the trenchcoat-donning Benamian, the same black fabric and golden trim uniform as the forces in town. This confirms that she is indeed the leader of this Third Legion. Behind Yasaka stood none other than Azazel, his usual V-neck maroon long coat with a wide, open high collar that opens up at the helm that was secured by twin black belts. Gray slacks and brown shoes finished up the look as he stood taller and more confident than ever before. Surzex did not blame him. He had somehow managed to achieve a reincarnation system that may rival, or surpass, the Devil's Own, and used it to create a full legion of super-powered fallen with the ability to move unseen and unbarred by their current defenses. Not that he or any of his subjects would admit to how terrifying such power is. At the governor's side was a cadre with near-shimmering white hair that was being twirled around and played with by her long fingers, adding to her already sensual appearance. The very definition of "From Russia with love," with the added natural seductive effect of being a fallen. Full pink lips, white skin, light green eyes on a soft face and gentle, knowing smile. Her uniform matched the guards nearby, so likely their commander and leader of the local defense and security forces, seeing as she wore the same black trench coat as Benimune. Perhaps a sign of commander status, Surzex surmised. Then his gaze caught a pair of two unknowns, Valkyries off to the side and talking with the unknown white-haired fallen. The first was a beautiful young woman that stood tall at 5'8" with silver hair that was long and reached past her waist down to her thighs. Her aqua-colored eyes did catch his attention briefly, until her identity flashed through his mind. Rosweiss, Valkyrie's secretary of Odin himself. Which tells the Satan of diplomatic affairs that the prettier one at her side, with long light blue hair, but wore the armor on place of a suit, but looked far sterner and sure of herself, was likely Brynhildr, chief of the Valkyries. Surzex glanced to Serafal, who offered him a barely visible nod, before they stepped forward to be acknowledged, and all the leaders' gazes fell onto them as Okino introduced them. Lady Yasaka, Lady Rosweiss, Lord Michael, Lord Azazel. I present to you Lord and Lady Satan. She led the bows of the devil party, short head nods from the Satans, but that was to be expected. Yasaka just nodded, then stated, Welcome to Kyoto, Lord and Lady Satan. The council has already been called and assembled. Please follow us. With stately nod of his own, Surzex replied firmly. Very well, Lady Yasaka. Please lead on. By that time, the other factions had already walked on ahead, knowing the way, and so Yasaka looked to Okino and nodded. The two then led the new devil faction into the palace for this no doubt heated discussion. But for Yasaka, this was her battlefield. Just as Naruto's was out beyond the barrier of Kyoto. Kyoto, Imperial Council Hall. The council hall was large and usually used for meetings of the Yukai clans serving under Yasaka's Western Yukai faction. The seating either side was stepped, like a parliament, to enable all to see the central floor and all voices to be heard by their leader, who typically sat at the room's central table, closer to the rear of the room. This time, however, it was sparsely populated yet guarded by the combined Yukai forces of both Eastern and Western factions. A surprise addition for the devils when they entered. The banners of all three factions appeared beside the two different Yukai factions of Japan as they draped respectfully above the portion of the seating presented. On the left, heaven's white silk and golden banner flowed from the ceiling, and a handful of heavenly angel scribes sat ready. Beyond them and further down sat another handful of angels of the Grigori, all in different uniforms but unmistakable in their united allegiance under Azazel. On closer inspection, there was a devil in a silver, sleeveless flak jacket and blue threading. The unmistakable insignia of the 6th Legion on her shoulder, denoting her allegiance to the Grigori and not the new devil faction. She met the gaze of her fellow devils without flinching, despite their clear surprise at her presence. That was short-lived, as the man beside her caught the devil's attention next. Partially due to his uniform, black flak jacket with gray threading, black long sleeve, high collar undershirt, and a blade surrounded by curling and black wings, the insignia of the 1st Legion. But rather his eyes, a solid muted silver with a light flicker of golden within them. His medium-length hair was a deep charcoal black with faint silver undertones, and kept tied back in a low tail. He looked to have a leanly muscular build, around 5'11" in height. Seeing how he is sitting at the moment, it was difficult to determine, but he had the air of dignified confidence surrounding him. Sharp facial features, high cheekbones, straight nose, and a completely unreadable expression on display. Unbeknownst to the devils, this was Ko Hyuga, the current head of Nightwing's diplomatic department. He, like the others of his station among the other legions, is here to ensure that everything is recorded down clearly and correctly. Surzex then looked to the other side, finding several Eastern Yukai faction representatives in the seating beside their Western counterparts. That provides a bit of a problem for them. With them standing alongside the Western faction, it makes it difficult to negotiate between two factions that were previously hostile to one another. Politically bad, but for peace a win. Though, the Satan soon noticed that the devil banner was not the universal symbol of his faction, but rather the banner of the four Satans beside the new smaller devil faction, which should not be possible as they should all be. Surzex sighed mentally. Of course, he did more than just swipe classified documents, talk to his son, and escape unchallenged. As he sat beside his more diplomatically literate colleague, the Satan looked around as the other parties were all looking at notes and paperworks no doubt related to him and his faction's actions. Serafal presented several documents, including the one they had near enough treated as a blueprint for their subtle reforms and policies. A summary of crimes Yasaka herself gave Serafal during their last meeting. Hopefully, they have done enough to make progress here. Suddenly, Surzex felt the abrupt shrinking of his passive sensory maximum range to the city itself, causing him to snap his gaze up from the documents to see Lady Yasaka, and the others perfectly calm, not seemingly noticing the shift. Should he ask about it? Looking to Serafal, she too suddenly looked extremely uncomfortable behind her cheery facade. The redhead then turned back to the seating behind them, and his mother and her friends have noticed it too. Surzek's gaze observed the room as a whole swiftly and discreetly. There were plenty of low murmurs between the diverse groups, aides, and the scribes sitting on the edge. That Nightwing is clearly discussing something important with the devil of the 6th Legion at his side. Rosweiss is speaking with Yasaka at the moment, probably about her role in the meeting as a neutral party and permission to send minutes to Odin for his own viewing. If the Satan had to guess, that is. Azazel looked calm while whispering quietly to Serial about something. The heavenly seraph nodded every so often as the governor gestured with his hands. Surzex would only admit internally how envious he was about Michael's calm composure among this diplomatic crucible they were currently attending. Not that he showed it. He was broken from his thoughts when a silver-haired, green-eyed kitsune approached with a tray of teas atop. She had 3 tails and bowed respectfully before she asked, "Would you like a cup of tea? Or coffee?" Serafal responded immediately. "Give me some of that caramel tea, please, Foxy-chan." "It's good to see you again, Isari-chan." Then Alana Gremory called from the rear bench, drawing the kitsune's attention and her respectful bow. Isari returned. "I am glad I could be of assistance to you, Lady Gremory." With the snacks and beverages handed out, the young kitsune left to the kitchen, though Surzex wondered if that was an option. His mother managed to make inroads thanks to this Isari Yoshinori, that kitsune of 3 tails. A channel to be kept open, seeing as the rest of theirs had vanished. Likely the Nightwing's operations silenced them. Once again, Surzek's eyes flickered to the lone Nightwing in attendance, now discussing something with the 6th Legion Devil, a 6-winged heavenly angel, and a Tengu. What secrets does that one know? His power, from what he can sense passively now, is about that of a 6, maybe 8-winged angel. Yet, he radiates a calm nobility, almost regal presence without seeming effort. Are all the Nightwings like that? His presence here means that the Nightwings are still around somewhere. Though, there is also a 6th Legion scribe, and they have not seen their units here either. Just their leader, Shamahazai. Surzek's myriad of thoughts about the Grigori and their legions was broken through by Serafal's whispered words. For reincarnated, his presence is almost indistinguishable from his fellow fallen, huh? A quick glance to her told the leader of the faction to whom she was referring to as she too had her purple gaze upon the regal-looking fallen angel. With a subtle nod, Surzex replied in kind. "Yeah, my thoughts exactly." Serafal returned the nod before looking back down at her papers, nicely presented and neat for the coming confrontation. A battle of wits and wills, nice words cloaked in silk, undeclared threats and vague promises. Suggestive intent and aired accusations of will. The battle of diplomacy was about to begin, and the future of the devil faction is placed in their hands. The murmurs fall off, and the seriousness sets in full force, causing backs to stiffen, masks to slip on, and eyes to sharpen. Yasaka cleared her throat sanely, eyes sweeping the chamber's various factions and diplomats from all around the world that have gathered, before eventually landing on the delegation from the underworld and representatives of the new devil faction. She began stately. Welcome to Kyoto all. This is a meeting called by the new devil faction in response to the growing unity of the Twilight Alliance under the Twilight Accords. There were several nods of understanding as the QB continued. And so, lords and ladies, let us all hear what the new devil faction has to say to us all and discuss it peacefully. All eyes then shift to the two Satans, and the pressure mounted. Not that either showed it. It was show time. Report 17, 1 fight, 2 fronts. Kyoto, defense line. Beyond the city, among trees, grass, and inscribed magical symbols, Winged Division Eclipse sat in the shadows of the forest, surrounding the two groups of unknown wizards. It took a while to get into Formation Spiral 3 unnoticed, but they managed and are now awaiting the arrival of the enemy force. Formation Spiral 3, a containment formation, like all the other spiral formation, but with added steps. Ambush, cross-lane ranged fire, and a capture order. If Shikamura had said Spiral 4, this would be a total elimination as the capture order would be an elimination order. Sure, they could end it with a lightning strike and kill these fools now, but that would be a waste of such a grand occasion. They lack any real, actionable intelligence on their nihilistic enemy force calling themselves Chaos Brigade. The Nightwings cool them soon-to-be-dead scumlords. Officially, Naruto was standing in the shadows of a towering oak tree, leaning back against its bark, with arms crossed and peeking back at the humans almost completing their work. When he returned behind the tree, he looked over the various 121st Legion members that are equally hidden around him. To ensure maximum compliance with stealth surveillance requirements of the Nightwings, Naruto and his fellows had deployed masking fields around them to prevent notice of the less than stealthy allies around them. It is not an invisibility cloak of any kind, more like a radial genjutsu that makes it harder to be noticed. It's holding for now, but it's only a matter of time before one of the working wizards notices them. Probably only after they've finished their inscriptions. Should be fine then. A breath of wind that felt natural, but he knew was not, drew Naruto's gaze to his left where Guren had just landed in total silence, startling the non-Nightwings at her sudden appearance. Mentally, he asked. The barrier? Sealed off and stable. Guren reported on the mental battle net, with a glance in his direction and a nod. Naruto returned it, before he offered. Okay, then we have to wait for these idiots to come through, ambush them, and capture whatever fool leads them. The mental hums echoed like a choir, so the blonde added. Still think Spiral 2 would be better. There was a snort of Nara origin, a few chuckles and grins felt before Shikamaru replied curtly. Running into a kill box with interlocking fields of fire is a death sentence. We've gone over this. Naruto huffed mentally, not saying anything as Oma muttered. He was doing so well too, huh? He's just trigger happy. Choji commented, drawing Naruto's gaze in his direction beyond Guren and in the Akimichi's direction. He then replied, When was the last time any of us actually got to stretch our chakra? There was a collective sigh of agreement. Guren even nodded physically as it has actually been a while since they acted so openly. Still, Shikamaru added, drawing them from their own thoughts on the subject. He then added, We can't overshadow our allies here. So, keep it B-rank jutsu maximum. A collective groan was heard. Naruto and Guren both sunk their shoulders as it limited quite a bit of both their arsenals. No Raisengans, no crystal dragons, and no joint crystal chain dragons. Naruto griped somewhat harshly, despite knowing it was for the best. Oh, come on, Shika. At least they're rank. He just wants to throw a Rasengan. Chojuro commented knowingly, causing the black bang blonde to jerk to his right and to the opposite side of the clearing with a playful glare. There was a soft chuckle before the last Miss Swordsman replied. Knew it. A sigh that traveled far and wide, A secret technique of the Nara clan caused all mental chatter to fall silent. Shikamaru reiterated. Keep yourselves under check, guys. The level of troublesome if we don't. They all knew that and were just being bratty a bit. They all knew that too. Hannah suddenly dropped down from her perch in the tree above, the concept of sound seemingly turned off as she did. She added, I'll keep him calm, Shikamaru. We'll be ready on your mark. Naruto would have pouted, but there were witnesses he couldn't silence around, so he settled with a soft sigh through his nose. The Inuzuka matriarch knew what that really was and smirked as she leant back against his chest with a grin of her own. He muttered into the mental network. Troublesome. That spread the smirks across the network, and the tension eased notably. For now, they hold and await their enemy's arrival. Kyoto, Imperial Council Hall. Yasaka finished the opening. And so, lords and ladies, let us all hear what the new devil faction has to say to us all and discuss it peacefully. All eyes then shift to the two Satans, and the pressure mounted. Not that either showed it. Their siblings and the younger devils around them in the parliament seating above them all swallowed hard. Sona adjusted her glasses as she whispered. So, the game begins. Sikvera sipped her peppermint tea, then offered equally as softly. This is most certainly an interesting one. Pay close attention, we may not see this again. We will be fine, right? Rias whispered, eyes fixated on her brother as she added. We come in peace and showed it too. They came to our defense, so. It isn't that simple, Rias. Sona muttered, then blowing on her lavender tea before sipping. She then added smoothly. We lack sufficient bargaining leverage as we lack understanding of this alliance's role and commitments. Her side glance to her fellow student was sharp as she added. We are in a very precarious position, Rias. Said Redhead found her lips thinned, mind running a mile a minute as her thoughts were filled with the two sunshine blondes who came to her defense. Surely, they would vouch for them. They came to their aid, right? With all eyes now on him, Surzex Lucifer, Satan of domestic affairs, rose to his feet and firmly stated. Thank you, Lady Yasaka, for this opportunity to speak and clear the air between you all and our faction. None made any move to contradict him, a positive sign, thus he continued smoothly. It has been observed that peace is forming and, as our ultimate goal aligns with this, I wish to express our interest to join these efforts. To foster true peace and stability between all our realms for a safer tomorrow. Azazel glanced to Benamian, on his left, then to Shamahazi, on his right, then looked to the Satan and asked. You want to join the alliance? Most certainly. Surzex stated factually, no hesitation as he met the governor's indifferent expression. Michael spoke next, calm and completely serene. That is certainly promising to hear from you, Lord Lucifer. Gabriel nodded softly from her side, smiled gentle and yet reserved. Serial made no move either way, instead was just sitting perfectly still as if waiting for something, or someone. Yasaka too nodded then added. Indeed. War is certainly not what we seek. If we can help facilitate such an outcome, we certainly welcome it. Surzex inclined his head back but knew it could not be that simple. He was right. It was Azazel, again, who broke the deadlock with a heavy sigh. The devils looked to him as he then stated. Too bad I cannot support it at this time. Seraphal asked carefully. Why is that, Governor Azazel? Purple met purple. Azazel, after a prominent pause, answered. I am going to be frank with you. Your actions have clearly been antagonistic towards us at best. Between the subtle shifts in trade to our territories, to the theft of our resources and people. In all honesty, I find your requests rather insulting. Maintaining his outwardly calm and composed demeanor, Surzex replied. I am sure that is a discrepancy between your people. We have done no such thing. As Azazel snorted, Michael offered calmly. I too am somewhat at a loss for what to make of such a request, Lord Lucifer. We do seek the end of our trouble-prone arrangements, however good faith is no longer possible between us. With a barely visible sigh, Surzex asked calmly. What makes you say that, Lord Michael? I do not believe. Whatever became of the lost nuns, Lord Satan? Serial asked brazenly, purple eyes boring holes into his blues, unflinchingly. Sarah Fall responded. We are investigating your request, Lady Serial. Once we finish, the results will be sent to the church along with our records regarding it. A sigh from Azazel was ignored by all as Serial simply nodded, understanding that nothing would actually be done. Gabriel's smile dimmed slightly, knowing that her little brother will not like hearing this. Her blue eyes flicked to the lone Nightwing scribe, witnessing him writing something down. She will have to speak to him after this. Yasaka maintained her regal disposition as she then posed. Then am I to assume that you are still investigating the case of Chichibu Park in Yamanashi and invasion of Takasaki by members of the Nibirius, Phoenix, and Citri houses? Sarah Fall replied calmly. I have been personally involved with that case, Lady Yasaka. Lord Nibirius himself has condemned any orders regarding such a move. Thus, we must insist that the members involved be listed as rogues. They are currently under direct observation by both our internal councils until the investigation has concluded. There were plenty of shared looks. The QB glanced to the Nikomata on the stands on her left, and when she met their clan head's eyes, the two nodded subtly. Sarah Fall added smoothly. As for the Phoenix House, none of the records I have ordered unsealed indicate that any of their members were in the region at all. So I cannot say anything on their presence as they were not aware of anyone being there. Benamian was already going through the mission reports surrounding that mission and found what she needed. A report from Kiba Inuzuka regarding the Phoenix Devilis and her profile, sliding it to Azazel silently. Before the shortest Satan could continue, the Governor-General of the Fallen interjected calmly. Julia Phoenix, high-class devil. Charged with crimes ranging from arson and destruction of natural habitats to multiple counts of second-degree murder and desecration of an enforcement officer's corpse. Killed on sight, along with her peerage, after resisting arrest. He looks up from the file, expression cold and indifferent, as his finger taps the file repeatedly. The sound echoed through the chamber like a drum before he added. We have proof that she was there. Her peerage alongside her. Yet you claim that no Phoenix House member was present? As the devils calculated how to respond, Michael offered a hand towards the fallen group and Shamahazai passed the file along to him. Upon seeing the signatures of both Kiba and Naruto on the report, the leader of heaven knew its authenticity could not be doubted. The Nightwings are secretive, certainly, but not malicious liars to their allies. While the heavens read over the report, Surzex replied to the governor of the Grigori. I will have my people look into it directly. With a name now, it should be a simple affair. Folding his arms as he leaned back into his chair, Azazel hummed before he offered. Perhaps my people should handle it. As an impartial third party, it would ensure that the proper parties responsible for the crimes are brought to justice. The offer hung like an unsaid curse. It was rather obvious to whom he was referring to. There was not a single Yukai who did not have a sharp grin, even if Yasaka hid hers behind her elegant Sakura wood fan. In the fallen section of the raised seating, discreet glances to the lone First Legion member present were had and most had knowing grins, despite their efforts to remain impartial. Ko himself remained perfectly composed and blank-faced as he continued to take notes, but some would later swear the glint in his eyes looked smug. Benamian adjusted her glasses, masking her own amusement at the nervousness around the devil delegation. However, she also spotted the calculation in both Satan's eyes. Although she had faith in them too, she did not like the thought of sending the First Legion into a likely trap and potentially handing them over to the devils, for any number of cruel experiments they would conduct upon them. Thus, she spoke up. I believe we should get back on subject. Deployment of Alliance assets into the territory of unaligned powers is not the focus of this discussion. She's right. Serial added, easily seeing the same thing as the fallen cadre, and knowing how bad an idea that would be. Her idiot twin would likely do something like launching a one-man rescue mission to save his people. No telling how much damage that would cause. Clearing her throat then nodding, Yasaka then added. Of course. However, what of your investigation of the Citri house in regard to this matter? Sarah Fall responded stoically. We can confirm that Polyan Citri went rogue after a disagreement with the house head. A second team went to track him and his peerage down to detain them but has yet to report back. The devil all saw the barely hidden annoyance on the two Yukai group's delegations but noticed Benamian flicking through her files again. Seems that the Grigori kept the receipts again. Yet it was Yasaka who responded. If Polyan Citri had indeed gone rogue and a team had been dispatched to locate and detain him, why was no message sent to my office, Lady Leviathan? Surely, we should have been informed that a dangerous situation had developed within our borders. Nodding, Seraphal explained smoothly. There was some mix-up within our administration at the time. The notice was inadvertently directed through an internal memo to one of our outposts in the wildlands. New protocols have been implemented to ensure that it does not happen again. Yasaka nodded, knowing better but letting it slide. Unfortunately for the devils, Benamian was on a war path after sensing their intent regarding her fellows and thus asked. Which outpost, if I may ask? When the devils looked upon her form, her tone was far too intense to suggest that she was bluffing and that concerned them. Seraphal smiled as she responded. I'm sorry, Lady Benamian. I do not have that information on me right now. Though if you wish, I can send you the details later. Flipping her pen around her finger absent-mindedly, gaze not leaving the devil diplomat and show woman, Benamian offered back almost clinically. Ah, no, that will not be necessary. And said nothing further. Even Azazel could tell just how nervous both Satans were by that short response. It sounded like she was going to check all their outposts to verify their word. The thing is, it was a very Benamian thing to do, and they knew she might actually do just that. To move things on, Surzex cleared his throat and the weight of the unspoken began to fade as he spoke. It is clear that things are not being seen eye to eye. After all, we too have had incidents regarding your peoples. This is why we have come to seek peaceful cooperation. There were collective nods, though Azazel chuckled once, an amused smirk creeping across his face as he asked. Let me guess. The attack on your heiress? I believe that was handled and listed as a perfectly lawful counter-rogue defense operation, Surzex. He leans forward, hands flat against the table he was sitting at and added. I told you when I handed back that Phoenix kid, we have been holding our own accountable. Can you say the same, remember? That was part of that. Azazel glanced to Michael before he continued. He was rogue, our Yukai allies knew this. Heaven had been informed when they warned us about the Excalibur fragments being stolen. They were hunting them down, so both sides were cooperating at the time to limit collateral damages. He then looked back at the redhead directly and finished. Heck, that whole standoff between Shamahazai and Yarfalbium revolved around one of his followers. So I know you knew that he was rogue too. Don't try use that crap here as we did in fact defend yours, and the threat, and recover the Excalibur fragments that Heaven now has secured. Michael nodded, confirming that they did indeed have the stolen fragments back. He should really think of thanking Naruto for that. Yes, they gave him custody of Excalibur Destruction, the safest place for such a dangerous weapon, but perhaps a piece of armor or something? Realizing he could not use either event, Surzex pivoted and asked. I am aware of that, but no. I am referring to the deaths of 300 devils in Tokyo by one of yours, Azazel. Surprising the governor, Shamahazai spoke up. I believe this was already discussed when we handed over your young noble, Lord Lucifer. The Tokyo incident has been recorded on our side as the initial engagement between loyal and traitorous forces. Our forces were forced to withdraw due to injury. He glanced to Michael briefly as he finished. Heaven can confirm that if you so desire. Gabriel nodded and confirmed. Raphael did report that he led some down to find the cause. Some of our own got a bit spirited and so he withdrew his forces from the area shortly after watching them leave. They were injured and he saw no reason to pursue further. Then a second team went in and recovered your boy. Azazel confirmed immediately afterwards, drawing eyes to him. He added, I led it personally as it had been a while since I stretched my wings. Then delivered the boy to you. We discussed this back then. Yasaka then added, I am also aware of the fact that several Eastern Yukai faction members were present during that event. The reports they have graciously shared with me speak of that incident too. Many claiming your people were heavily engaged in an active operation without informing them, or us. Her eyes narrowed lightly, as she asked calmly but with steel. Care to explain? A diplomatic sigh slipped through Surzek's lips, granting the perfect amount of time to think before he then reported. It was a search and rescue mission, I am told. One of our lower house ladies had gone missing and intelligence spotted her in the area with several hero faction members. There was no time. The silence dragged on long enough for the scribes to catch up. Rosweiss, who had been silent until now, decided to break it and asked flatly. As chaotic as that incident seemed to have been, out of curiosity, may I ask as to what exactly you are hoping to achieve here? It was a valid question, as it was obvious from her point of view that any meaningful discussion on peace is a long way off, as it is clear that the devils have several marks against them. Dragging this out longer would be detrimental to their cause. Yet, another surprise followed when Magari, clan head of the Nikomata, the seven-tailed cat Yukai, spoke up. Perhaps, Lady Yasaka, we should have a recess to allow all parties to unwind and reassess their stances in light of these revelations. There were several nods of agreement among the gathering, thus Yasaka inclined her head before she too stated. You make a valid point, Lady Magari. Let us take some time to consider this meeting. About half an hour, perhaps? No objections, and thus she nodded and confirmed. Very well. Refreshments will be handed out shortly. The staff can point you to restrooms and… Azazel stood up and stretched out, feeling the blood suddenly remember to flow again. They kept the pressure on the devils, despite their usual vague assertions and empty promises. A sigh slipped from his lips, just as his eyes caught the unmistakable white of Katarina's hair approaching from behind the incoming snack carts. Probably has the update on the fighting, assuming it has started, that is. Kyoto, defense line. A little while before. The sudden wash of demonic magic struck the hidden Grigori Wing division like caffeine, making many tense in anticipation of movement again. Naruto peeled from his position against the tree and saw the bridge active, Hana moving from her place leaning back against him as he whispered mentally. Mission is on. The subtle movements told the mixed force of 41st Iron Doves and 121st Obsidian Halo members near him that it was go time, stretching subtly, then grabbing their shields and weapons. Hearing a few groans, Naruto glanced back at them with a soft grin and spoke lowly. Not as glamorous as you all thought we operated as, huh? A younger-looking fawn, the crest of the 121st, a gray shield with a semicircular swirl on it, by the name of Mygiel, offered calmly. Not at all, sir. It's just an honor to be working alongside you, sir. Rolling his shoulders to work out the kinks, Naruto replied. Honor is for samurai. We have a job to do, so prepare yourselves. They all nodded, knowing this, but were still surprised when a second Naruto suddenly appeared, then looked to the first, nodded, then vanished. Naruto then reported via the mental channel to his fellow Nightwings. Okay, messenger deployed. When it's rejected, heaven can't complain about our total destruction of this enemy force, right, Shika? Right. Shikamaru replied instantly, then reported. My silent choir teams are in position to provide ranged support. As per the plan, they'll target anything airborne as a priority. As for the Storm Crows, Onmoi added, from somewhere near the rear line, but Kiba finished. I'll lead the charge on your signal, Naruto. Naruto hummed as the enemy force numbers continued to climb. Choji then added. We'll box them in and crush them from all sides. Chojuro commented. The numbers are still climbing. What's it at now? My spotters are claiming around 400. Shikamaru muttered, then after a few moments he added. Estimated 500. Likely, just the first wave. Any sign of a leader-class unit? Naruto asked as he leaned forward, one hand supporting him on the tree and the other loosely holding his Excalibur Destruction's handle above his shoulder. The heavy blade is in its quick-release harness. A few seconds later, Shikamaru reported. Just came through. Positive identification of one Kateria Leviathan. Last known member of the old faction's Leviathan house. Terrific. Yoshi muttered dryly. Rimi offered calmly. Then, we have a Satan class to somehow subdue? Hold. Shikamaru suddenly called and all fell silent. A tired sigh followed by several explicative words that none felt right replying to before the Nara stated. That wannabe is here with his team. The collective sigh from the Nightwings almost broke their cover. Naruto griped mentally. Great. As if he wasn't already enough of a loser before, now he joins up with our target. What was his power again? Chojuro asked calmly, but a tone of exasperation could be heard. Omoe answered. Touching allows him to drain half your power and add it to his own. It has a limit though, and I have a sword. I'm good. As long as you don't channel anything into it. Shikamaru reminded, and Naruto's eyes narrow on the brown-haired guy at his side, then muttered. Unknown with the staff is a senjutsu user. He'll probably detect us at any moment. Blind-side attacks are pointless then. Ascari informed dutifully, and Yoshi added. It's not like we're hiding anyway. Just wait on my clone who's just arrived before them. Naruto replied. Everyone settled down and awaited. In the kill box, the Cow's Brigade's vanguard stood in the clearing, shielded from long-range sensory to prevent early detection, while the mages continued to try-scan the new, reinforced barrier that has suddenly changed into something far sturdier than they anticipated. Seeing this, their leader, feeling much the same way herself, Kateria Leviathan called out. Ready yourselves! The moment that barrier falters, we strike without hesitation. Our targets are the fakers who claimed the titles of leaders. There was a cheer from the army of 500. They had prepared for this, members from the 3 factions, and beyond. Fallen, devils, demigods, rogues, sentient monsters, and even a few spirits, all united under the banner of the brigade. Yet the noise was sliced through by a very calm and pride-filled voice from beside the last true heir of the Leviathan house. Before all that, every head snapped to the direction to find a blonde-haired man, standing at about 6 foot tall, with black bangs reaching his cheek, steady yellow eyes with a slit in place of a circle iris, armored up like a member of the Fallen, and staring at the old faction devil. Everyone blinked at his abrupt arrival, locked in a stunned stasis until Kateria asked clipped, eyes narrowed. And you are? This man, however, looked away from the ultimate class devil, despite her rather revealing attire of an extremely low-cut purple dress with high slits, that exposed a generous portion of her breasts and legs. His eyes landed on the smirking traitor beyond her, voice loaded with disgust, tone of disdainful courtesy. Lady Leviathan. This got a few risen brows, but the man seemed to not care as he continued. I had not thought one of your stature would lower herself to stand beside such vermin. Kateria's lips curved, the faintest flicker of intrigue breaking her composure at the respect being placed on her name and being. From an enemy no less. Such a rarity these days. Vala Lucifer, on the other hand, Kaki's smile fell into something cold and venomous as he responded. Cadre Naruto Namikaze, you're a difficult man to find. The now identified Naruto's eyes cut to the boy, slit yellow piercing, cold, unblinking as it stated factually. Do not speak to me, wretch. You should know your place. Even the wind seemed to recoil at the contempt in his voice. Kateria, for her part, was torn between appreciation and wariness. Now that she knows who and what this man is, her orders from the old faction were clear: capture or kill the Nightwing commander. The only problem now is that she herself finds him fascinating from his sheer presence alone. Her musing was cut through by his voice, carrying quiet finality. Naruto stated factually once more. Lady Leviathan. Take your forces and leave. I would offer you surrender, but I know better. This is your only warning. The Leviathan's answering smirk was a blade of its own, Kateria replied. You think too highly of yourself, Lord Namikaze. You cannot hope to stand against us alone. Surrender, and you will be treated well. I promise you that. Naruto's composure cracked under her words, his pride wounded and a simmering wrath beneath surfacing in its place and behind his eyes. He hissed. You dare mock a warrior's honor? So be it. You shall find no mercy here. The next second Vala and Arthur were on him, blade primed to slice his throat, and White Gauntlet about to grip his arm, but he just vanished into smoke, that slipped through the air as it dispersed. Confusion throughout the Chaos Brigade's ranks rippled outwards at the sight, unsure of what they had just seen. Valid just sneered at the now empty space, Arthur sheathed his sword, and Kateria looked around in assessment. However, Biko spoke suddenly, just as confused. That felt like chakra. But also wasn't. All eyes looked to him, his puzzled expression noted. It only lasted a moment as his eyes shot to the tree line, his eyes widened in shock, but before he could speak the ground around him erupted. People were thrown about and off their feet, some crushed, others disoriented. It seems that their enemies had found them first. A few moments before, Naruto face-palmed when he got the memories of his clone. He mumbled to himself as he reached for his Excalibur. Damn it! Exasperation tugging on his features, the chakra release on his sword allowing him to pull it from his back as he muttered. Only I could have created a clone arrogant enough to flirt with a Leviathan before declaring war. Hana, who was nearby, heard this and rose a brow but did not look to him. Naruto slammed his blade halfway into the ground, then channeled magic and chakra alike as he uttered under his breath. Deal with it later. For now. He grins as he declared. Show time! Excalibur art! Wave of destruction! Immediately the ground of the clearing erupted in chaos and ruin in equal measure. The protective seals their enemy placed shattered immediately, not even like wet paper, just gone without protest with their anchors erased. Stone and rocks flowed like a tectonic shift, the enemy army flung about like rag dolls, and some caught beneath the churning earth. All in under 10 seconds. Pulling his sword out from the ground, Naruto swiped it aside, which acted as the signal, and streaks of light began peppering the clearing. Shikamaru and his silent choir with ranged light precision rifle fire. The cadre called out over the Grigori radio channels. Phase 3! Around the clearing, members of the 41st Iron Doves raised their armored shields and stepped forward. Between them, spread evenly, were the 121st Obsidian Halo members, with just about half the number of the 41st thus. This was required for this strategy to work. Just in time, as return magic fire soon came crashing against their lines, flickering against their magical shielding yet holding firm. From all directions of the forest came refined light bolts, setting up cross-interlocking fields of fire and crippling any enemy defenses forming. This was a textbook example of an encirclement, an ambush in one. Whenever any of the winged beings took to the sky, their wings were suddenly filled with holes by the many hidden sharpshooters littered in the surrounding trees that they hoped would prevent enemy detection but has now been turned against them as their biggest hindrance. Finally, after the fourth attempt, a solid magic barrier managed to bloom and surround the besieged forces, giving them some breathing room to regroup among the rubble. That will not do now, will it? Naruto gives the mental command as he pointed his two-handed, blue steel, silver-edged blade at the barrier. Kiba Oma! Bring the thunder! What sounded like cannon rounds echoed off the trees. The air became supercharged in an instant, and there was not a damn thing anyone could do about it. Streaks of flickering blue and solid black scream across the sky from two main directions, one high, one low, and both unloading bolts of lightning at the barrier from different angles as they darted past. The translucent bubble of strawberry red seemed to flicker, wobble, and near enough malformed from the repeated hits of high-intensity energy. From his place just behind Maijiel's segment of the raised shield wall, Naruto's entire body sparked with his golden lightning, thick, slow, and humming with bolts of lightning slinking across his frame, like coiled snakes awaiting the command to strike out. After a breath, they made their way towards the blade tip as he co-opted his student's move, and she recognized it immediately. Excalibur art, lightning thrust. He jabbed his blade forward and a condensed bolt of lightning petrified the air, singing it as it passed through in an instant. The barrier shattered, the raised bedrock and soft stone punched through. Everything on its path was punctured in that same moment, leaving a 5-centimeter wide, one thick hole through everything. There is a sigh of Nara origin on the mental battle net, Shikamaru drawled. What part of B rank do you not understand, Naruto? In my defense. Naruto countered smoothly, lowering his blade as he finished. I had no idea it would be that powerful. I thought it was a low-level move since Zenobia pulled it off first. I just copied it. Thought it looked familiar. Remy commented, remembering the training dimension battle between Zenobia and Griselda. Naruto glanced to his right, where a wide-eyed Zenobia stood and gave her a cheeky smile, wink, and thumbs up. She in turn smiled back and gained the flames of determination to catch up with her teacher. That was her move he copied, so she's doing something right. Balance breaker! Vanishing dragon! Was heard and the mental network groaned in unison. Yoshi stated flatly. Even his power-ups are arrogant. Announcing yourself like that. I have to agree. Chojuro added just as monotone. Shikamaru sighed again, before he asked. Okay, a weapon user needs to handle him. Just as the blue-powered white suit burst into the sky, a massive staff slammed him back down. Choji muttered from his pace where the dragon had risen to. I got it! You've gotten a lot faster, Choji! Kiba called darting past, his flight of storm crows flanking him as they blasted another gathering of demigods apart from up high and at speed. The Akimichi chuckled bashfully, scratching his cheek with a finger. Choji asked. You think so? Before suddenly darting aside as Valid blasted forward, intent on catching the punk who hit him with a stick, only to be smacked again by said staff the next moment, then slammed overhead by the follow-up. The impact actually dented his scale mail armor. Down below, Naruto gave the order as the commander of the Wing Division. Phase 4! As soon as that was bellowed, the defense line took a unified step forward, closing the encirclement. Several more in precise timing and the circle was growing smaller. As Shikamaru had predicted, the second they got halfway across, the enemy melee fighters charged the shields, no longer suicide to cross the open ground. The line stopped. Spears and halberds were deployed in perfect synchronicity, causing some of the charging forces to stop, the rest getting impaled. Those that stopped were soon picked off by tactical expert shooters, or close-range light bolts. Naruto, like the other non-shield wielders, stayed just behind that line and was clearly visible with his blade in one hand, resting flat against his shoulder. Shikamaru commented. I just sent Katarina an update. She's heading to keep Azazel appraised. The blonde hummed, then he replied. Good idea. Keep me informed. If things stay this way, we may finish up before they even get out. Naruto then spoke aloud, through the Grigori radio net. Maintain formation! Keep position and focus fire. We don't need fancy tricks, or heroic moves, just our coordination and trust in one another. Despite some exhaustion, the fallen angels of this wing division seemed to be energized by his words as he added. The enemy force was nearly 3 times our number, now we outnumber them. Maintain the attack and we'll all have some crazy stories to share at the bar. There were tired chuckles from the angels near him, so Naruto hoped that it was shared among the entire force. Yet before he added more, the feel and smell of monkey hit him. His eyes narrowed, realizing that he will be a problem. Without hesitation, Naruto called mentally. Pack! He knew all 7 Inuzuka had just zoned in, so he kept it simple. Hunt the monkey! Naruto watched Hana, the closest Inuzuka to him right now, take a single sniff then snap to one direction with a growl. Oh, that was so damn sexy, focused Naruto. But that ass! Brother, you must stay focused. By the sage, stay focused. Locking eyes forward on the earthen walls raised by their opponents in an attempt of defense, Naruto muttered. Bring me his tail. The smirking Hana did not need to be told twice. The entire mental network just heard their leader damn right fight himself over her ass. Her smug attitude could be forgiven for a bit. She vanished from sight, like the other Inuzukas, all tracking the scent of monkey, and when they found him, shielded by rocks he had called forth, their feral fury was tempered into something nigh unstoppable. Biko versus Inuzuka. Biko sensed their approach, rapid and coordinated, via his senjutsu, thus he pushed Arthur clear then blocked the first chick's claw swipe. The force startled him, but nothing he couldn't manage. She was a beauty too, soft round face, brown hair pulled back in a low tail, sharp black eyes. Hana. He ducked aside from a second Yoshi, then leaped back from the third Rimi, then the first darted wide, as the second dove at him. Smirking, Biko spun his staff as he sidestepped the second, a tall woman, black hair and a low tail, and a bang halfway down her left side. Yet, before he could strike, he found himself jumping back from an axe click that shattered the earth beneath from a fourth. Toshi. Landing with a flourish, the monkey sage chuckled as he declared, "My name is Biko Traveling." Biko was not given any chance as the first, Hana, attacked from his right, in time with the second Yoshi, from the left. He slammed his staff down, forcing the earth around him to jolt up, yet the new barricade was shattered by their punches. It slowed them enough for him to charge that first chick again. He brought his staff down, yet she twirled around and slashed his armor on the way out. Biko turned and blocked the pouncing duo, the second, Yoshi, and fourth, Toshi. The third Rimi, chick came down from above, claws trailing light, and the monkey sage backflipped clear. This, however, brought him in the path of the only man among the group. Smirking, Biko met the lightning-coated claw with his staff extending. The dude blocked it but was forced back. Rolling with the momentum, the monkey sage caught the fist of the fourth chick and threw her at the first. Spinning on his heel, he slammed down his extended staff and forced second and third chick to part, diving aside. Biko jumped up to avoid the hands appearing from the dirt at his feet and flipped in preparation to slam the earth and take out whoever was down there. But he realized too late. He was trapped. The dude appeared from the side and hit him with a lightning foot. As he flew back from the impact, Chick 2 reversed heel dropped him toward the ground, that shattered under the impact, and the finish was the third chick landing a second axe kick on his stomach, with enough force to dent his armor. An eruption of earth forced her back. A low chuckle rang out as the monkey raised up. Biko smirked as he spun his staff twice, then stated, "You guys are good. Let's see how you handle." He was suddenly joined by 6 duplicates of himself, his jiu-jitsu coming into play. All 6 shared his smirk, until 3 were eliminated by ranged fire. The remaining 4 split up, but not before being intercepted by twice the number of Inuzuka. Biko's eyes widened in shock seeing 2 of the first chick, both physically clashing against his Rui Jingyu Bang replica. They smirked, red eyes gleaming, as one whispered, "You aren't the only one with duplication techniques." The other finished, their smirks becoming predatory in nature, their cheek tattoos stretching with the expression. It both excited Biko. The prospect of this fight was exhilarating, but also worried him. At this rate he might actually be defeated, and he has not even fought their leader yet. Mist and lightning versus royalty. The descendant of King Arthur, to whom he shares his name, and Morgan Le Fay, finds himself unable to look away from the 2 swordsmen ahead of him, despite the large crash from his teammates' slam into the dirt. Arthur Pendragon knew that these reincarnated fallen were no joke. The rumors made them out as myths, ghosts of the Grigori, and reapers of Azazel's will, and despite himself, he suspected that there was something substantial behind them. He was right. From what he can tell, the guy with blue hair, goggle-like glasses, pale skin, shark-like teeth, in a trench coat and wielding a Zweihander, seems to be the leader and officer. Despite wielding that double-handed sword, his movements are fluid precision yet as quick as any tsunami. The second guy, white hair, caramel complexion, black eyes that have yet to leave his own, and with a simple, yet strangely elegant straight-blade one-handed katana. His every move was sharp, snappy, and yet refined to work around the larger sword to close any openings for counterattack. Arthur would admit that they have earned his respect, but he will have to end this now as unfortunately it seems that his allies are being systematically destroyed behind him. Honestly, they thought this would at least force that cadre to fight and reveal his skills. How tragic that he has been stuck here fighting 2 of his subordinates. No, not tragic, he would not dishonor them as he has already lost 3 magic blades and was now considering unleashing Caliburn. That reminds him, that sword cadre Namikaze is wielding. A holy sword he does not recognize. Arthur abruptly blocked the 2-handed sword, blinking back to the fight at hand just in time to deflect the follow-up thrust from the white-haired swordsman, step back to watch the tip of the double sword pass him by, then twist to avoid its thrust. A step around, he deflects the katana again, ducks the long blade and kicks the white-haired one back. Arthur brings his sword down, cutting through the subordinate's back only for him to disappear into a log. Curious, but with no time, the descendant of the legendary king was forced to block that Zweihander again. Abruptly, the white-haired swordsman appeared in his flank and again went for a bisectional slash. It was defended again, but only barely, Arthur would admit openly. Another slash from the two-handed, a kick at the closer to the two, but it was twirled around and before he realized it, Arthur found both blades cut through yet another magic sword of his. Leaping back, the bespectacled young man with blonde hair, that has a few strands falling across his face, stands atop a rock and observes the battleground swiftly, all the while straightening out his business suit. Less than a second, but it was enough to see it. This battle was lost. The main force was near enough wiped out. Biko is being overwhelmed by numbers, agility, and speed over his superior strength, which is testing his endurance. He is being pinned down by these two well-trained swordsmen. Vala is stuck fighting a staff wielder, that is keeping him at range and neutralizing his most potent card. Leviathan has not yet taken direct action herself, sure, but neither has the enemy cadre. Arthur took his eyes off his two swordsman opponents, blocking them, and spotted the cadre, staring right at him, sword, no, a blue metal Excalibur resting against his shoulder. Beside him stood a four-winged angel, blue hair, a green part in her fringe, and that was Duran now on her shoulder in a matching pose to the cadre. Oh, how interesting. Two fallen angels with the ability to wield holy swords. Landing hard, Arthur raised his latest summoned magic sword as he faces the two swordsmen opposite him. They have not spoken and clearly focused on the battle. But the blonde looked at his sword. Hairline fractures and chipped edges show it will not last much longer. Guess it is time. A magic circle appeared at his side, and he grabbed the extruding handle. Immediately, he pulled it out and Arthur saw both his opponents stiffen, then take a half-step back. It seems they really are first-rate swordsmen, knowing the strongest holy sword immediately. A quick glance around saved him, as he soon barely heard. Excalibur art! Light thrust! Two beams of light punched through the chaos of the battleground from the shield line and Arthur barely blocked them both, pushed back through the dirt but staying upright. When he stopped, Arthur glanced over the silver edge of Caliban to find both the cadre and his apprentice with their holy swords pointed at him, both grinning. Wait, that's Durandal, since when could it do that? That second aura matched what he knew of Excalibur destruction, but it's modified slightly. This is certainly new. Excalibur art? If he heard correctly. This must be looked into. This battle is over and leaving is the best course of action. Canine versus Primate. With tails thrashing, Suzu led her fellows into the hunting pack against that monkey senjutsu user. Her fox fire blasted apart the dirt rampart of their opponent, and forced him to leap back again. Izuhara, Kosaku, Yaju, and Suzu land on all fours where the enemy was at once, raising slowly, eyes of steel upon the smirking man as the lone vixen snarled. Biko of the Sun Wukong line! You are a disgrace! Chuckling, Biko spun his staff around while he responded. And come now, fox girl. I'm different from the first generation that became a Buddha. Living life as I like. Is that wrong? Inherently? Not at all. Izuhara stepping forward, flexing his clawed fingers, and hissing flames from his mouth as he finished. Standing with them, however, will be your biggest mistake, Yaju stated as he joined the line of Inuzuka. Bellowing a laugh from the depths of his chest, Biko's grin grew to epic levels as he declared. This is going to be good. Come then, show me. Rimi dropped out of nowhere, an axe kick that shattered the ground the monkey once occupied, Suzu and Kiba appearing either side of Biko, claws of flames and lightning respectively blasting him back. Sliding for a bit, the monkey flipped over and as he was sliding to a stop, he deflected a blast of fox fire from the left, but was hit from the right a second later. Leaping clear, Biko found no space to breathe as Hana and Ascari had wing claws slashing against his armor, scratching deep. His counter was ducked and leaped clear of, but again several blasts of blue fox fire rained down upon him. Sticking his replica of Rui Jing Bang into the dirt, Biko extended it, and it launched him above the rain of fire. Just as he summoned his cloud, several rifle rounds punched through it and dispersed it. Kissing his teeth, Biko cocked back his staff, and as he dropped he swung down, causing a quake that destabilized the footing of most and should have traveled far and wide, but for some reason, Naruto, his seals, the shockwave didn't leave the clearing. Slightly disbelieving, the monkey Yukai put that aside for now as he suddenly found a spinning tunnel of claws cutting across his back and forcing his stumble forward. Yoshi appeared from it, sliding to a stop with a feral grin on her face. Yaju and Izuhara were on the wielder of the Rui Jing Bang in moments, fists ablaze with jabs, crosses, and feints, working off each other to keep him off balance. Never once attempting to block his counters and instead slipping around them. When Biko finally landed a solid hit on them both, they tumbled back, only to be replaced by Suzu and Hana. Suzu was glad that Kiba's style was similar to his sister's, allowing her to keep pace and predict her moves that were far more fluid and not as rigid as her partner's. Together, the two females kept forcing Biko to take steps back, parrying and countering that both slipped around, being incredibly careful of his superior strength. Recognizing the same attack that put their fellows on their asses, both women leaped back in time to evade the strike. They were replaced by the twin Gutsuga of Rimi and Toshi that smashed into Biko's Senjutsu-enhanced staff defense like an earthquake. The man was forced back a full meter, before both pulled back, pushing off the staff as he tried to retaliate. Yoshi and Ascari appeared next, Kosaku slipping in on their tail, forcing Biko to split his defense 3 ways. It was clear he was losing more ground, armor denting and injuries appearing as he tried to counter. Hana and Kiba appearing with a double drop kick between them. The 5-way attack would have been deadly to anyone who was not Biko, who tanked the 3 lower strikes while defending the twin attack from the siblings above. They all leaped back, and Izuhara, Yaju, and Suzu unleashed their kitsune flames once more to cover their retreat. Biko used his Jujutsu to lift the earth to take the hit and left him a moment to breathe. This was a true fight and test of his true skills. His opponents are clearly more agile than most, prioritizing evasion of his attacks, and avoiding his superior strength while keeping him off balance. They have ranged support, so anything overtly overwhelming is intercepted. The Kitsune offer ranged fire too with their fox flames and Jujutsu. Their coordinated pack tactics are fluid and unpredictable. Perhaps it's time to try sow confusion with a sneaky transformation. No, they are Kitsune and the others move like wolves. They would sniff him out. Biko's thoughts were cut through by the buildup of heat all around him. Seems that the Kitsune were cooking him inside his defensive earth walls. An interesting development. Leviathan vs. Namikaze. From the center of the encircled desperate and rapidly dwindling forces of the Cow's Brigade came a massive blast of water that shot skyward, before splitting into multiple serpents of pure water that roared before they dived. Naruto spoke calmly into the Grigori channel. "Hold your positions. You all are the line in the sand, and our lines do not break." "Yes, sir!" The unified response from the members of his new wing division Eclipse. Yet even Naruto knew that was a tall order, and thus his own magic spiked, lightning-enhanced water forming 6 magic circles at his back that fired in rapid succession and blasted half the enemy attack back. The remains of the attack smashed against the line and strained the magical, interlocking shield barriers to the limit, but they held. Barely. With a glance to his side, Naruto ordered, "Zenobia, hold the line here." She nodded as he spread his wings and announced, "I'll deal with Lady Leviathan." He took to the sky, Excalibur destruction humming at his side, and made his way towards the center of the enemy force. 2 more serpents of water blasted at him. Naruto danced around the first, and vaporized the second without breaking stride, then returning fire with bolts of condensed water enhanced with lightning. His and Samui's signature storm surge style. 6 magic barriers appeared in sequence, 4 shattered outright, The fifth trembled under the force of impact, and began to crack but held it back. 6 smaller blasts of water were returned, but Naruto again sliced through or darted around them all before returning with the same blasts of storm surge. Only 4 barriers this time answered his attack and shattered immediately. The explosion rocked the already ruined clearing, sending bodies, screams, and dirt in all directions. From the smoke, blasted out a frazzled Havoc-Teir Leviathan, somewhat injured, but still very much alive and breathing hard. Her previously composed demeanor thoroughly ruffled, and her glare at Naruto could have cowed maybe even a nation. He met it with a perfect face of impassiveness. His opening words were courteous. "Lady Leviathan, you look well." She scoffed, magic surging as she replied. "Oh, do not give me that, Lord Namikaze. You have humiliated me. How dare you?" Hovering calmly, holy sword humming with lightning at his side, Naruto tilted his head slightly while he responded. "You dishonored me first, did you not? Asking for surrender like that. No respect whatsoever." He shook his head in faux disappointment. Havoc-Teir seethed, eyes narrowed sharp enough to cut steel as she hissed. "You call that an insult? We outnumbered you 5. Yet now your forces are down to double digits." Naruto cut her off, no longer acting noble and stating facts as they were. As he gestured beneath them, he added, "Your elites are contained, your front lines are crumbling, you are wounded, and my forces have yours completely surrounded." His eyes narrow, voice carrying enough steel to arm several legions as he declared, "You thought you came to conquer our home? How arrogant! You wanted this war, you came as the aggressors. These deaths are on you, not me." Naruto snarled as the very essence of lightning seemed to snap around him in unison, roaring with him in pure rage of this woman's audacity. The thunderclap silenced the entire battlefield, enemies fell further into despair, allies rejuvenated and emboldened under the lightning of their commander. When he retook his sword stance, his golden lightning dancing across his wings, body, and sword alike, Havoc-Teir found her throat tighten in an unfamiliar feeling. Fear. She had only one option. It may not even be enough, but it's her only chance. However, the second the old-fashioned devilish muscle twitched towards something, Naruto was on her the next instant, blade already braced a handful of centimeters from her neck, lightning tingling her tan skin. Purple eyes widened in fear, staring into arctic blue slit that currently flicker with lightning. Naruto whispered with the force of Susanoo behind him. "This is your one chance, Lady Leviathan. Surrender now or die. You have long passed my limit of mercy, and now are treading on my duty. I will not ask again." It doesn't take a genius to see that if she much as twitched again, her head would roll, which meant he wasn't really asking. Barely able to hide the tremor in her voice, "Pride be damned," Havoc-Teir squeaked out. I surrender." Not taking any chances, Naruto's lightning flashed across his blade and instantly locked up her entire body, sparks fluttering across her frame. Her eyes dilated, body losing responsiveness, before eventually knocking her out. He caught her limp form the next second, throwing her over his shoulder, before looking down at the enemy soldiers below. Not one had any will to fight anymore, he could tell thanks to his empathic sense. Thus he bellowed, "All who wish to live, lay down your weapons, place your hands on your head, and make your way to the nearest shield wall. Any funny business and you die." The clattering of weapons was near universal. The following silence was shattered by sequential explosions of dirt and smoke, drawing eyes to find the monkey senjutsu user battered, smoldering, but grinning, his armor scratched, burnt, or dented, and with his weapon raised against the Inuzuka and Kitsune that surround him again. The other being Vala Lucifer, his armor broken for a few moments before he resummoned it, brand new again, and prepared to fight again. Facing him was a clearly winded Choji, flanked by the 2 fresh-looking Ren, a kunai in each hand, and Sano, her battle fan spread at her back. A strong formation. Before anyone could do anything, the blonde swordsman appeared behind both and yanked them through portals, escaping from capture. Naruto sighed. He thought it would be a clean sweep and left the others to other people. Might have been. No, he can't do everything. Benamian even said that. Ino keeps reminding him. Shikamura mutters about it constantly. Kuratsuchi gives him that look all the damn time. He was broken from his thoughts when Guren and Zenobia appeared at his flanks. The crystal user spoke first. The enemy have all been rounded up, bound, and taken prisoner. Naruto nodded once sharply, looking down to see Wing Division Eclipse securing the remaining survivors as one and the same. He smirked, before looking back at Guren, who matched his, and spoke. Seems we pulled through again, huh? She nodded then replied. Never had any doubts. So, you going to call it in? Guren gestured to her arm brace, the one with the inbuilt radio, and he nodded. Activating his own, Naruto informed. Wing Division Eclipse, victory is ours. There was a cheer all over and even from the forests surrounding the clearing, the silent choir being not so silent now that victory has been declared. There were plenty of high fives, one-armed hugs, and warrior braces between comrades in arms which brought a smile to Naruto's face. Yeah, this was a joint victory all right. They took casualties, only about 10% and none of them were close to lethal, so they'll be ready in a week or two. Thus, the Battle of Kyoto was an overwhelming victory. Kyoto, Imperial Council Hall. As everyone was returning to their seats after the break, Azazel had barely sat down again when Katarina entered again, looking just as serious as before. This obviously got the attention of the other delegations, seeing as she was the head of security for the event and should be outside. Instead, the white-haired cadre slipped behind Azazel, shielded her lips, and whispered something too low to be overheard. The smirk that reached the governor's face was a mix between pride and relief. Mainly pride, as he whispered within his head. Damn straight they won. Now it's our turn. He looked back, mouth covered, and whispered back. Katarina nodded with a smirk, then moved to leave. However, Yasaka called out, Lady Katarina. The cadre stopped and turned to the Kyuubi, a pleasant smile that was as fake as the word, and only her fellows and Kyuubi knew it was. Ignoring it, Yasaka asked calmly, Is something the matter? With a gentle courtesy, Katarina replied, Not at all, Lady Yasaka. Just internal memo for Governor. He left phone silent, needed to know. Azazel nodded confidently, but his smirk was still oozing nothing but pride and the air around him loaded with smug satisfaction. Whatever he was told, he was on cloud 9, and nothing could dislodge him. Yasaka was suddenly distracted by the level of dignified energy climbing threefold, drawing her attention to the Grigori section of the benches and landing on Ko. He was as stoic as he normally was, but the air around him oozed dignity, quiet confidence, and self-assurance. How under Amaterasu's light has he pulled that off, the Kyuubi did not know, but it tipped her off as to the cause. It seems Kyoto's peace, our pride, remains intact. Well done, Naruto-kun. It would seem they were victorious after all. As Yasaka's own predatory smirk sharpened, tails swaying in satisfaction, Rosweiss asked for the ignorant in the room. Lady Yasaka, it seems something has transpired here that the council is uninformed about. Those in the know all blink out of their thoughts, looking to the Asgardian olishly before they realize what they had done, and became sheepish. Seeing this, she pressed. Do you care to explain for us, or should we get back to the subject matter? Clearing her throat daintily, Yasaka regained the attention of the room and returned to her dignified self as she reported. That is for later talks. For now, let us return to the discussion about the visiting delegation and their response to your question, Lady Rosweiss. Once again, the air shifted with the eyes of all returning to the devil faction. They all sat straighter and heads firm, unyielding to the collective weight of this new alliance, and the observers of Asgard. Surzex knew they were not going to get a peace treaty. They had no credibility at all, and no chance to even gain this seat permanently. So, best to reach for something more likely and see how far they have to go before that treaty is within reach. Then place the groundwork for a sustainable growth of trust. With his thoughts now in a line, the Satan cleared his throat and nodded before stating. Yes, thank you, Lady Yasaka. During the break, we have discussed our situation and position in the eyes of this alliance, and what we hope to achieve here. Thus, We instead have decided to shelve an immediate full peace treaty and instead take steps to pave a path towards it. None contradicted him, though none praised him either. Not yielding to the pressure, Surzex continued perfectly calmly. So, what we want and hope for is to ratify a non-aggression treaty between our nation and this alliance, along with a trade and economic cooperative partnership agreement that benefits all sides. The devil heirs behind him all swallowed hard, even the unflappable Sigvera, and the normally overjoyed Serorg looked nervous under the scrutiny of the Twilight Alliance leadership. Yet, it was Tsubaki, Queen of Sona Citri, who summoned it up with a whisper. This is it. And that concludes part 4 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Fallen Legion, File 2, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.